Good morning, all. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you on behalf of Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, IBAS, Amity University, Noida, to this 5 days online workshop on enhancing employability among teacher, educators, research scholars, academicians, and students. The vision of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Skill India and Make in India are laudable. This can happen only if we equip our young people with skills that are required to meet the demands of a rapidly growing economy. Means we need to give importance to skill development, because this way we can end unemployment, which is again the vision of our 5 days workshop. With this vision, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the members present here. We pay our sincere gratitude towards our Honorable Founder, President Dr. Ashok Chauhan, sir, our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am, our Chief Guest, Professor Anup Kumar Rajput, sir, and our Professor Dr. Harish Kumar, sir, head of the institution, to provide this opportunity on this auspicious day. The university fraternity warms welcome you all. I'm extremely honored to extend a very special welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Anup Rajput, and it is always a great pleasure to have you amongst us, sir. Now, I would like to extend my warm welcome and appreciation to all the faculty members, teacher educators, academicians, research scholars, and students coming from various universities and educational institutions at the opening ceremony of this 5-day online workshop hosted at our Noida campus. I wish all 5 fruitful days of interesting and beneficial program, and also that you have a pleasant stay online. I warmly welcome you again. Before we commence what I am sure will be a memorable event, we will have our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, goddess of knowledge, along with Saraswati Vandana prayer to, to invocate the goddess. So I would like IT team to play the virtual Saraswati Vandana prayer for all of us. IT team, I request IT team to please play Saraswati Vandana prayer for all of us. Now, I would like to invite our respected sir, Professor Harish Kumar, sir, head of the institution, IBAS, Amity University, to grace this 5 days workshop through the concept note. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Susma ma'am. Thanks a lot. Definitely, today we have our very known fellows on this platform. Sir, my faculty is also there. My friends, my students are also there. And as you all are aware that we are conducting this workshop for the students, for the research scholars, and for the teachers and parents. So on behalf of Founder President Sir, Chancellor Sir, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Balvinder Shukla ma'am, I extend very warm welcome to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Anup Rajputji, Head Publication Division, NCERT, and students of various institutes, research scholars, teachers, and parents. In this 5 days workshop on the topic Enhancing Employability among teacher educators, research scholars, and students. Teachers are made and not born. It is only possible if they are given rigorous training. Therefore, many agencies are also conducting short and long-term training programs for their officials to enhance their capabilities and competencies. These agencies are charging high amount from the participants. In this regard, AMET is premier university to inculcate values through different events like Sangathan and Day of Belongingness, etc., free of cost. This workshop is very important to all participants and will be able to enhance their teaching skills and also would be helpful in making them aware in respect to the new technological changes place in era of 21st century. Employability skills are the soft skills that have to make we stand out from other candidates aiming for the same job with similar academic qualifications, though these skills are not clearly illustrated in job descriptions, but they are vital to possess in order to secure a role where the employability skills match the job profile. It has been experienced that updated information of the world, use of your contacts helps in getting good jobs. I hope all participants will enjoy the workshop and apply the learned skills in their workplace. Once again, I welcome Professor Rajput sir, all the participants, and invite all the guests to participate in these events. Thanks a lot. Over to Sushma madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, respected sir, for deliberately highlighting the theme of the workshop. Now, I would like to give honor to our Honorable Ma'am, Professor Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Noida campus. So just giving brief introduction about ma'ams. Ma'am is a professor, entrepreneurship leader, and IT, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am is MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry, academic research, and administration. Currently, Dr. Shukla is a professor of entrepreneurship, leadership, and IT, and Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, as an inspirational leader. Prior to this, Dr. Shukla has held numerous positions during 30 plus years of career. With a strategic mindset and creative thinking ability, she has been one of the key team members, spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of MIT Group engaged in higher education. Indeed, Professor Shukla has been a successful Vice Chancellor at MIT University, and at the same time, a great researcher and academician. She has guided many PhD and MPhil scholars, published many research papers at national as well as international peer-reviewed index journals. She is one of the front runners in achieving various ranking and accreditations of MIT University. Some of the important accreditations include prestigious NAC A+ grade, BASC USA, QAA UK, IET UK, FIBA Germany, ACBSP USA, IACBSC USA, EFMD Cell Belgium, and UNWTO TED Qual. Dr. Shukla has conducted several executive programs and consulting assignments for industry, mentored many building entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurships, and family business owners in various cluster sectors. Dr. Shukla is a straightforward an institution builder, an inspirational leader, and a quality network. Dr. Shukla is a recipient of various prestigious awards and honors such as Distinguished Academicians and Outstanding Administrator 2012 by Bal Niketan Ji Bari International, India oldest NGO founded in 1926, Bharatiya Manav Adhikar Samman 2012 for peace, harmony, protection, and promotion of human rights. She is honored with Outstanding Leader in Education and Person of the Year Award 2013.
Number 4 to be the additional.
Now I welcome on behalf of MIT Institutes of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, MIT University, to present a virtual Tulsi sapling to you, ma'am, as a sign of our sincere gratitude towards you in our presence towards you for our 5 days workshop. May I request Ms. Mahima to play virtual Tulsi sapling for our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am. Yes, Mahima, please share Tulsi sapling video, ma'am. Will you? Thank you, Mahima. Now I would like to call Dr. Neha Gupta to invite our today's chief guest, Dr. Anup Rajput, sir. Over to you, Dr. Neha.
Thank you, Sushma ma'am. It is indeed my pleasure to read out profile of Professor Anup Rajput, sir. Professor Anup Rajput, sir, is a PhD in Applied Mathematics from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, and has gained expertise in mathematics education and ICTs in education through his continuous interaction with large number of students, teachers, and teachers educators. In addition to development of number of books for children and teachers of all levels of education. He has conducted many teacher training programs using technologies through video conferencing and other ICTs. Presently, he is working at NCERT New Delhi in the Department of Elementary Education as a professor of mathematics and also as a head in publication division. He is also coordinating early school mathematics program of MHRD GOI. He has more than 100 research and monographic articles published in international and national journals on mathematics and mathematics education. He has authored more than 20 textbooks in mathematics for students at primary, secondary, senior secondary, and university levels, including NCERT textbooks. He has wide international exposure as expert and international evaluator for Taiwan International Science Fair, Taiwan, Mauritius Institute of Education, and Asia Science Educator Academy Program. He is looking forward to build a community which can use mathematical modeling for a better society and can promote learning of early mathematics through MOOCs. Dr. Rajput has coordinated the development of learning outcomes at elementary stage and is also coordinating Government of India project on early mathematics learning through flagship program named Padhe Bharat, Bade Bharat. Presently, Professor Rajput sir is Nodal Officer to Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, and is working on reducing the phobia of mathematics. I heartily welcome you, sir, to our 5 days online workshop. I would like to request Ms. Mahima Nair to present virtual sapling to our honorable chief guest, sir. Mahima. Sir, we would like to offer you a symbol of purity, just in a virtual mode. So now I would like to invite you for your address for our audience. Over to you, sir. IT support kindly make sir as co-host.
Yes, ma'am. Sir is the co-host now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So now you
Well,
can.
so very good morning to every one of you present in this 5-day program, and very, very important aspect on which we are going to have discussion during these days. This is very essential because earlier reports, international reports and national reports have very clearly mentioned that India is the country which is producing largest number of unemployable graduates. So that is the basic reason that our country is not able to produce large number of Nobel laureates and good graduates. So for that, it is important that we should discuss what has happened to our education system and what can we do in order to address this international requirement, so that our children, our students who are coming out of getting a degree should have some basic skills with them, which are required to in any area in which they are going to serve, or they are going to have employability and so on. For this, in 90s, means 1990s, in the last decade of 20th century, some skills have been identified which were known now, which are known as 21st century skills. And all of you probably may be having idea about what these 21st century skills are, but basically these are creativity, criticality, problem solving, communication, team or collaborative work, leadership. So our system is somewhere lacking in providing such skills to our students, to researchers. And these skills are required first to be there in the educators, and then they can be transferred to the students. So this is essential that we should once again ponder upon what these skills are, number one, and how these can be enhanced among children. We should give more emphasis to criticality rather than to factual learning of any subject. We normally teach facts. We normally teach them history. Say, for example, someone has evolved this rule in years so and so by this method. That's okay. That is very good. But that is history now. The engineering, the mathematics, the technology behind that, totally the STEM, which we call STEAM rather, that all depends upon the subject, how we are going to present it. The subjects which are being presented to the children are only for the examination. We nowhere ask them to say have some skills and which can be then helpful to them in order to have better employability, better employable skills and so on. So our system has to provide them. And for that, we have to change the classroom scenario. In our classroom, we should somewhere provide ideas to the children to have critical. Whatever is being taught to them, they should always be provided with this facility of thinking beyond that and asking why. Instead of working more on what and how, normally our system is working more on what and how. What are the facts? What constitutes facts only, and how constitute the procedures which have already been derived. So there is no criticality in this. So we have to somewhere enhance this criticality amongst children, among students and teacher educators. Instead of accepting whatever is being given, we should question it, and then only we can modify it according to our own requirements or according to our own thinking. And that is somewhere that will bring creativity. So once we are critical, we will be creative. And that is what this second skill of 21st century is talking about. And then problem solving, including both of these two, criticality and creativity. The skill which is basically being developed is problem solving skill. And everybody of us is studying in order to solve the problems of the society, problems of the system, and so on. Maybe in any of the regions, maybe in any of the area. And these areas probably maybe engineering, as I mentioned, STEAM, or maybe in education, maybe in teaching, maybe in any other. So we have to somewhere address the requirement of the society by providing better solutions. There may be some problems who have already been not solved. Then we have to find out solutions to those problems. There may be problems which have already been solved, but we have to then provide the modified solutions, better solutions. And for that, whole education should address, should go. And then communication. Whatever has been learned is to be communicated properly. These days, this is very, very important skill. Even why our children are working better in call centers, because our society, our education, when we are talking about English language, we are providing better opportunities. Our whole education system is providing opportunities to some of the children for communication. So long back, the boards have already identified the communicative part of any language, and that has been given emphasis in any examination, in any teaching learning process. So that communication, whatever has been learned, how it is to be communicated to others is very important. And then team and collaborative work. These days is very essential. Every one of us should be a collaborative worker. I should collaborate, and I should then give my inputs to whole team. Because these days, if you have ideas, all of you must be having. Now these days, mostly the Nobel prizes in sciences are being given in physics or in chemistry or in medicine, are being given to group of scientists, not an individual scientist. This group of scientists has worked on certain problems and may have provided solution to the problem. And that solution, maybe one part has been provided by one person, some other part has been provided by some other person, and some last part has been provided by some third person. And these three have collaboratively worked on some problem and provided some better solution. So these days, if you see almost everywhere, teamwork is required here also. This conference is being organized, the whole team is working and everyone is giving inputs as per their own assignments given to them, or maybe their own capabilities. So this teamwork is required to be there, and this can be very easily enhanced in our classrooms, maybe by teacher educators or maybe by teachers, by working more on collaborative learning, working more on group learning rather than on individual learning. And then another very important skill is leadership. Along with this teamwork, I have to emerge as a leader in my own group. So it is very clear, everybody cannot be leader, but everybody can contribute to the leadership. I should be able to understand the problems of a leader and then to provide inputs accordingly. So these are some of the skills which are required, and almost everywhere we need this. Once we have these skills, then obviously our learners will be better employable rather than having a degree with no meaning at all. This scenario is there normally in most of the institutes. I am not saying that MIT is doing this. MIT probably is providing some better education in all areas, and that's why the take up by the society, by the companies are more from such universities which are providing better skill education to the learners rather than with the theoretical knowledge only. So this is essential that we should think more about this all. You will be having interaction during these 5 days on these ideas. I will request all the participants to please open up. Please ask your questions, whatever is coming to your mind. You can keep on writing your questions, whatever is there. Some of the questions will be answered by the presenter. Some of the questions will be answered by your own colleagues. Some of the questions will not be answered by anyone. These answers you will have to find out yourself, or maybe you will find out answers in future sometime. So therefore, but essential part is questioning should be there, criticality should be there. So you should be more critical, and this is what you can do. Rest all is to be done by the system. So once you are critical, then everything will work in a right direction. So in my opinion, it is better you think more about these 21st century skills and infuse them in our own system. These are already maybe there in our curriculum and in syllabi. But number one, we have to then change our whole examination processes, assessment processes, so that they are more examining these 21st century skills rather than the content, rather than what and how. They should examine more on why, because then in case of assessing why, there will be contextual answers. Contextual means every child will be giving a different answer and all answers may be correct. Because say if I am given an assignment of say giving a solution to Delhi's or NCR's the problem of pollution. During winter we have a lot of pollution. So if we are working together and if we are providing solutions to this, obviously then we are contributing, and this can be done by working in a group, in a team, and so on. So you have to develop these all, provide such assignments to children so that they should think, they should work in their environment, they should work in their society and come up with their own understanding, discuss with others, discuss with the teachers, discuss with experts, and the Chancellor and Professor Harish ji for providing this opportunity. And I will love to participate in between sometime. Whenever I'll get time, I will also like to listen to the deliberations which are going on during these 5 days. So thank you very much. And I wish all of you a success for these 5 days workshop and conference. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always a pleasure listening to your workable and practical thoughts, sir. The beauty of your address was you not only talked about the issues and challenges that every teacher faces in his or her classroom, but also gave some very workable and practical solutions. Like the way you said, for skills and skill development, we need to first educate our educators and then we should talk about our students. So that is what we should remember and always practice in our classroom. Rather than focusing on what of it, we should always focus on why and how. So thank you so much, sir, for taking out your valuable time for us from your busiest schedule. I hope these 5 days workshop will prove to be a boon for every participant, as you said, so that everyone can open up and ask questions, because this is the basic need that we have to develop in our students. Once again, sir, thank you so much for your valuable insights, sir. Over to you, Sushma.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neha ma'am. I again welcome Dr. Rajput sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable speech and suggestions during this program you have given to us. Once again, on behalf of IBAS, we would extend a very hearty thanks to Professor Anup Rajput sir for gracing the workshop with his valuable suggestions, findings, and opinions. Today, hearty thank you, sir, for enriching us with your knowledge. Now, with the permissions of Almighty, I am going to start with the session 1. To be a part of this journey towards Skill India, the workshop affords us the opportunity to reflect collectively on the current youth employment situation, the progress that we have made in implementing practical programs, strategies, and policies to empower the youth of this state, and how to participate more meaningfully in the economic development of the country. With this motive, I would like to begin with the first session of our 5 days online workshop on enhancing employability among teacher educators, research scholars, and students. Welcome again all the faculty members and all the stakeholders. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Shweta Pandey Dubey ma'am, Associate Professor, Banasli Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. Welcome you ma'am. Dr. Shweta Dubey ma'am, presently working as an Associate Professor in Human Development Faculty of Home Science, Banasli Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. Shweta Dubey ma'am has 24 years experience of university teaching, and she was in merit list of UP board of her high school results. Later on received merit and scholarship for her SSSC examination scores also. She has always been among top students of her class throughout her academic career. She has done MSc, HSc Child Development from Banasli Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan, Diploma in Clinical Hypnotherapy from CHI, USA, NLP, Diploma and Practitioner from Mind Masters, Trivandrum, Basic Training of Gestalt Therapy from CAPS, Trivandrum, and Certificate of Life Skills Education from Christ University, Bangalore. She is trained counselor and life coach. She loves to counsel and help people in district of NLP and hypnotherapy. Her PhD work is a cross-sectional study on domestic violence across all ages. She has attended around 50 plus international and national seminars, conferences, and workshops, and has presented 50 plus papers till now. She has 36 papers and articles published in various international and national journals, magazines, edited books, and she has also been awarded for her paper presentations and manuscripts. And she has been awarded for the contribution in the field of education in Avadh Samman Samaro organized by Samagra Seva Sansthan and Ek Pahal Welfare Foundation in International Bodh Auditorium, Gomati Nagar, Lucknow on December. And she is a life member of HSI, AIAHE, ISC, RSA. She has been instrumental in 4 national workshops, 1 national and 1 international conference. She has served as NSS officer for 4 years, and she is a trained theater artist herself and associated with youth festival selections and cooperative committee. She has documented and presented many programs for community radio at university level. She has been instrumental in initiating informal education center for villages also, and she also closely worked as a co-coordinator for 4 training and welfare projects of UNICEF in Rajasthan. She has developed and implemented intervention programs on reproductive health of women and adolescents, sex education, and test anxiety, and has also developed a test of creativity for preschoolers. Her major areas of interest in ECCE, guidance counseling, personality development, special education, and elderly women and childhood. I welcome you, ma'am, and I request ma'am to please begin with our first session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shushma. And I'm really grateful that I've been called to deliver a lecture, and especially in this MIT University. And you're doing a great job. And I was listening to the chief guest before. So the employability, as we all know, is the basic essential requirement of every human being. It's not only about this education faculty or sector. So we need to focus on that. And before that, Shushma, because I want to share the screen, but you need to allow me.
Ma'am, wait a minute, ma'am. I'm
Screen
telling the
sharing.
IT team to please make it.
Ma'am, you can share now.
Okay, let me see, please. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So, very quickly, I'll start with the presentation. So the topic which I'm going to discuss about is the personality development, attitude as a key component for enhancing employability. So as we all know that having the right kind of personality is essential for every one of us. And even though if we are living around the family, working within the family only, or we are going outside to work. So having a right kind, what is personality actually? And there are 2 terms here. So the second term, which one thing. Okay, so what we are doing in higher education is we are trying to inculcate some skills in our students, which can give them lifetime employability by training. And we are doing this very beautifully. And we want them to become adaptable, and especially and when they can be mobile to go other places to do the things as youngsters usually do. But we cannot guarantee lifetime employment. So what we are talking here is having the right kind of skills, or the eligibility. I'm talking about the having the degrees and the eligibility. That means university is doing the whole thing. But why we are concerned about employability is because it's a long process. Getting a job when you're out of your college is essential, and usually people get that because of the procedure we have adopted, especially with the vocational courses, because we have this campus placement and other things. Students go to the field and they learn certain things from there, and they get certain kind of occupation or employment. But sustaining that during that whole process, and sustaining in the employment is another important factor. So here, this I have got this quote, and we are trying to do this with this workshop actually, so students and the people can understand that adapting and working with different organization maybe in their lives is really important, and what kind of role this personality development and their attitude can play in sustaining that in that kind of the employment environment I'm talking about. And there are three components I have already mentioned in the title. First, we'll be discussing about the personality. Second, another important thing is attitude. And the third is employability. The whole the lecture I have prepared will be around these three components. So let's very quickly start with the personality. And I know there are so many people, learned people here, they may be knowing the definition, but as essential procedure, I have brought a definition of personality. So the Cambridge Handbook of Personality of Psychology defines personality as the characteristic set of behaviors, cognition, and emotional patterns that evolves from the biological and environmental factor. And we all know, especially I'm talking to the students here, because we have some biological endowment, and then the environment influences are there. So that is how the personality uh, gets its shape, and that is why there are siblings who are born out of the same parents. Even when I'm talking about the fraternal twins, even they have different kind of personalities, their aspiration, and their attitude. You may be seeing these differences within your siblings, the group of siblings, and there may be similarities as well. But that is we human developmentalists call this the individual differences. So the whole personality it's an interplay between how we are endowed, or what we have got in our DNAs, and how we are treated, what we get out of the environment around us. So this is all about the parenting, the environment we get, the facilities we get, and the kind of biological endowment we have got. We definition wise we call that personality. So there are how we are going to define the personality. That was the general definition, but there are some certain kind of traits. I'm talking about the certain kind of characteristics here. So personality traits may be defined about when we are talking about somebody. How we talk about certain people. The person is just like that. So this is something about the person that impacts how they tend to think, feel, and behave on ongoing basis. What we do, what kind of behavior we show to other people, and and during that behavior, what is going on in the mental process, the mind, within the mind of us or the person. That reflects the personality traits. And personality traits are the characteristics, as I have already told you, and they are behavioral and emotional patterns as well, because behavior is the overt projection or the presentation of the emotional pattern we are having in our personality or the mind. And maybe they may be certain kind of isolated occurrences, that but usually what goes in the mind, if imagine if you're anxious, you're having feeling some kind of stress right now, your behavior is maybe reflecting the physical behavior. Maybe you may be having a headache or some shivering or certain kind of anxiety. Some expression are always there, maybe not that evidently manifested always, but we always have certain kind of characteristics, and that reflects through the behavioral pattern. And next thing is, maybe that here is an example. Occasionally, maybe it's a bad day for me. today. I may be getting irritated, maybe I maybe become snappy or remarking negatively to the people around me, but maybe if I'm doing this in isolation or alone, that may not be taken as the definition I have told as personality trait. But let me remind you, if I'm doing the same thing when I'm alone in my house, I may be understanding that I'm not feeling well. So we'll be discussing about later on. And maybe how we define certain people. That is why we categorize certain people as people. The person is a polite person, and when there is a person who is more snappy or maybe negatively remarking all the time. So that is how we categorize people around us, and that is how we can identify our own major personality traits. And there are two terms which are usually taken or generally when we talk about the personality. There are positive and negative traits, and usually most of the people, let me tell you, there is no ideal person on this earth. There may be some good people. Good means they don't reflect their stress and anxiety that frequently. They have mastered their defense mechanism, but everybody gets anxious, people get stressed, and that is quite normal, because that is how we are having, all of us maybe having positive and negative attributes, and especially when we are talking about the employability here. So at the time when we are working with people around, that means being in a college, when while we are learning and meeting the professors, and even the cultural events and things which usually happen in the classrooms or the colleges, and then we go to the field of work. So what we need to understand is being having some kind of negativity or some kind of negative behavior or reflecting those behavior is not that that abnormal. So that means the having the positive and negative traits sometimes maybe a mixture of personality, and we need to understand and we need to focus more on the positivity, and when requires we can adapt certain thing to be have a better kind of personality traits. So there are 5 major personality factors, and first one is openness. You must be identifying with these terms. Second is consciousness, and third is extroversion. Fourth is agreeableness and neuroticism. So that means when you're seeing this thing, the fifth one seems the most negative term. So there are people, this is the basic category what the psychologists have, how they have categorized for the purpose of study and for the purpose of betterment of the personalities even. They have categorized these kind of personalities, so we can identify the major dominant trait or the personality factor in our own personalities, as well as for us or people who are working with the in the guidance and counseling and the students. We can get to know how what kind of team we have got. Team means the students even. So I'll be taking 2 minutes more on the major 5 personality factors, because this is really important, especially for the youngsters. Let me remind you again, having the fifth one, the personality I'll be talking about, is not that bad, because there are certain kind of things which are endowed. We cannot get away from those traits we have born with, but what we can do is we can improve on the certain things. So as the name indicates, the first one, openness, is the extent to which a person has appreciation of variety of experiences. So that this may be a positive personality trait, because the people who are more open, they are not that kind of rigid in adapting and going and experimenting on certain things. They are called open kind of personality, and that is the first trait. Second is conscientiousness. That means the degree to which a person prefers to plan ahead rather than being spontaneous. So people who are more cautious, people who plan before going certain thing is definitely, you must be hearing since you're born this thing. Please get prepared for things, and even going for the school or colleges becomes a big task for the mothers at home. Where is your bag, where the other things? So that means preparing ahead is always required for being the right kind of personality, and being a composed personality. And that is, this is not only about the physical thing, this is about the preparing mental map for the preparedness for the future as well. So this is the another category. Next thing is extroversion. As we know, this is the extent which a person tends to prefer being the sociable, outgoing, and talkative. These kind of people are always loved. I'm not actually, I'm not in favor of saying this thing, but I know that usually these people are called or taken as the most popular people. They become leaders, they have more confidence. So that is why extroversion is another part. I know there is another term that is called introversion. That means there may be certain people, they may be having the openness, the consciousness, and other positive traits in their personality, but they are not that social. So this is the third category. Next thing is agreeableness. Every one of us love people who are agreeable. So how strongly a person tend to be kind, sympathetic, and happy to assist other. And these kind of personality traits are always welcome, and we always appreciate. And especially for the youngster, there are certain kind of models given by the professor, the parents, and the society, where the people are kind, sympathetic, and they are really really helpful. So this was the fourth personality trait. And the fifth one is neuroticism. That means the extent to which someone is inclined to worry or be vulnerable or temperamental. That means I have told you that this is not that positive, but um, if you know, the anxiety is also taken as a positive sign, because if we are consciousness, we have that ability to plan ahead. That means I'm anxious about my performance for the next day maybe, or for next 5 years I'm planning something. That means being neurotic is not that bad actually. But how it becomes bad, because continuous worrying, you know that if worry doesn't go away, that creates the physical as well as mental health issues. So that means people who are more vulnerable, they are more temperamental, they may start fighting, and they may react negatively. And you must be knowing this frustration aggression theory. That means if people are anxious, they get, and they're not getting the anxiety is not getting resolved. Usually all of us get frustrated, and when we are frustrated and we cannot repress the same frustration, and then we tend to react, and that reaction is most of the time that is negative. So these are the why I'm talking here, because you need to identify the major dominating factor in your personality. You may be having all the personality factors. There is no sign that anyone can have only one personality factor. So we are not categorizing, but we need to identify that these are the basic personality factor, and what is the dominating thing in my personality, and what is some kind of dormant thing, and I need to flourish that thing. So please try and find out with the help of even with the professor of yours, or the guidance uh, team available in your university. And you people are in education sector as well, you are masters in at your own level. So what you need to flourish is the major personality trait you already have, and what you are not having, or having on a lesser point, and you need to flourish that. This was the picture of the same thing, so I'm not taking that much of the time in this picture. So there are some key characteristics of personality. What this is the picture, because this is the most available picture on the internet. But why I have taken this picture here is, what we need to understand is how we can become somebody who is more organized. I understand that going to the college is not that easy, because most of the people say what these youngsters have to do. No, I understand that you need to perform so many things. You need to learn new things. You need to prepare for the examination. There are daily assignments, there are discipline, and there are regulations as well. You have your friends. You need to lead your life. I'm talking about the personal life. So there are so many things where we need some kind of organization, even for the personal relationship as well. And this is the age where you're going to get your jobs, as well as you're going to establish your own family, and then you also have some connection and responsibility with the biological family or the family of origin you have. So there are so many things which will be happening in your life, especially in upcoming 2 or 3 years. So what we need to understand, we need to be organized and consistent, and because most of the time we are prone to environmental influence. Never think that environment cannot influence me if when I'm 20 or 25 or 30, because we all know what has happened 2 years back when COVID has come. So there are certain things which may be some kind of crisis quoted, but there may be certain influences which everybody gets influenced. What we need to understand, what is right for us, and what kind of influences are having a toll on our personality. So we need to be cautious about that as well. And causes your behavior, your emotions, so reactions to others. So we need to understand, if I'm shouting on somebody, or if I'm fighting with continuously with someone who's my friend maybe, or I'm not behaving in a proper way, that may cause some kind of reaction from the others as well. Every time, nobody is going to be tolerant. So we need to check out our own reaction, and especially we can get because having some kind of reactions may not have that positive um, thing, or the impact on our personality. And what we need to understand, the pattern of thoughts, behaviors, and feeling that makes you unique. Everybody is unique. That is not only a thing to say or to please somebody. Every child is told that you are unique, yes, because if I'm, as I have already told you, if I'm born with the same, me and my brother is born with from the same mother, but we may be having some, we have separate kind of designs, and that is why we say, and the science have already proved that nobody's DNA matches. That means we are unique. That means our influence is the same thing which is happening in a house. That may be, let's take an example of the parental treatment. So that may have different impact on different the child. So that means everybody can react on the same situation, on the same stimulus, we call that, in a different way, and that is quite acceptable. And people, we should also be more empathetic. That is why we try and become, because if something happens, there is some event, and me and my friend is there, and she may be reacting on certain other thing, because she is different and I'm different, we may be friends. But when I'm going to criticize her, why you are not reacting like that, you should have done that, that is not actually good. So we need to understand the kind of personality people around us also having, along with our own personality. Yes. So there is a research, there are so many researchers actually. When I was preparing for this lecture, what I have found that personality also affect ability to interact with others. We all know, as I have told you in the previous slide, which can impact our career success. Because in career, we need to be in a workplace, which is a definitely formal place, and there may be certain mentors, some supervisors or superiors who are senior to us, but there are so many co-workers. So what we can understand is there is a personality characteristics, as I have told you. Remember the fifth one, neuroticism. That means the tendency to experience negative emotional states had more effect than any personality characteristics on determining future career success. In other words, those with positive and hopeful personality tend to be rewarded through career success later in life. That is why we are talking about the personality development and the employability, because the researcher, there are so many researchers, and I know you're going to search for these researchers. And because why we talk about the researchers, because these are the proven things. We are not talking about without any factual things, or the something which we can assume only. So there are so many researchers which have proved that people who have the neurotic tendency, or people who are most of the time in negative emotional state, maybe not that successful in their career. So what we need to understand is, even though we have this tendency of worrying, being anxious, we may be someone who is becomes easily nervous, that is not that bad. But what we can understand, we may can inculcate something which is more agreeable. Remember, the empathy, the being kind to people, being attached to the people, being open to the changes, that is really going to help us in a better career and having a successful career life. Very quickly, I'll talk about the attitude. So what are attitude? Attitude is the opinion or standpoint one has towards something or someone. So that means there is another picture. Attitudes can change, because you can understand the attitude which we are having towards certain things today. Suppose when we are talking about the education sector, or the kind of treatment students should get in the classrooms, that may change. My attitude I'm talking about may change after some influences, some exposure, or something I get to know through researchers or the live classroom when I visit somewhere. And maybe I'll find that this is the better way to deal, or to be in a classroom. That means the attitudes may change, and uh, they may change as soon as the blink of eye, maybe, because till we don't know about certain things, which we may be having certain kind of conditioning. That means we have been told, we were experiencing something, and that is how we create the perspective we talk about, and that is called attitude. So but when we get some kind of other kind of exposure, our perception about same thing can change. And that's because I know the personality and attitudes are interlinked. That is why I have chosen certain things to explain here. The main difference between personality and attitude. So the major difference between the two is, the personality refers to the combinations of a combination of one's qualities, character traits, principles, cognition, and other factors of personality, whereas the attitude refers to the standpoint or the opinion one has towards something. So attitude is considered the part of the personality, of course, but that is the basic difference, how we look up to the towards what kind of perspective we have about certain things, and what kind of characteristics or qualities we have. There is a basic difference. But when we talk about the personality theories, when we discuss the personality assessment, we attitude comes in between, and we also consider attitude testing. And let me tell you about the personality, that someone personality of someone is modulated with different experiences and interaction that person encounters in life. Same thing happens with attitude as well. Thus attitude are the main part of one's personality. A person's attitude might change according to one's past experiences, the people he gets associated with. As a result, a person may have varied attitude towards person, things, and subject matters. So that means attitude is one of the part of personality, and this is how we have certain kind of conception about certain people. When I ask about, when I take a name of some of your classmates, you must be having a picture of that person. That doesn't mean only the image, the face, or the body image I'm talking about. The behavioral the patterns, another thing, you can easily tell me that, ma'am, she or he is just like that. So that means we have certain kind of the connection, or certain kind of endowment in our brains about certain people. And the attitude can come easily with the past experiences, as I have told you. Now, coming to the third thing, as you all know, and Professor Rajput has told us about the employability. So I'm very quickly, I'm going to deal with this thing. Employability, as we know, the getting employed with the good kind of organization, of course, there are skills required. And that is, these skills are really, really required to remain in the workplace. and working in a happy mental state. So employers often seek these diverse set of skills in candidates in addition to their academic qualification. That is why we are talking about employability here in this webinar, and that is why this webinar is really important, because having the academic qualification is not only sufficient to sustaining in the workplace and getting right kind of result. I'm not only talking about the money here. The reputation, the mental health, and the connection with the colleagues is really, really important. So in order to stay relevant and improve their efficiency, employees should focus on building up their employability skills. So here we'll be talking about the employability skills. There are certain examples here. So doing the job requires a bunch of skills. We all know if you're going to teach in the classroom, you must be having a master of the content. You must be having some kind of skills as well. The delivering in the classroom, you must be good at the research. There are so many things which are required to become a professor, along with the academic qualification, of course. But not if all of them are related to technical skill set. So what I was talking about the technical skill set for becoming a professor. There are some basic non-technical skills which are required to work effectively in a professional space. So the skills which are called soft skills, this is the most common name which we are discussing here, and this is the most favorite term of the management people, because they know how to deal with, they train their student to deal with other people as well. So there are examples of soft skill: the teamwork, the communication skill, leadership skill, problem solving skills. Okay, so there are certain other skills as well. So let me just read out the skills here. Communication skills, as you know, that we need to talk to people, and the communication doesn't always refers to the talking only. The reciprocity and getting back the answers, that is the basic importance of communication skill. Being a leader, every time you cannot be a leader, but let's hope that one day you're going to lead a department or the organization. That means becoming a leader and having those skills is really important. Problem solving, that always doesn't mean having those technical skills. There may be certain issues which come up and we don't know about that thing. Even we may be knowledgeable, we may be having so many degrees, but problem solving is the another attitude or the pattern or the skill we always we need to practice. And remember, when COVID came I'm not talking about in March 2020, what has happened? We all were stuck in the homes and we were not getting even the groceries. So how people, even the youngsters, have started creating a cake. Do you remember that thing? The without even the basic things which are required to prepare a cake. Nobody, maybe there are people who are residing, they were boarders and they're residing in a hostel. They may be more inclined, because the situations teach us problem solving. So always being in a critical situation is not required. We need to be more apt to openness the characteristic. Remember the personality trait. So that means people who are more open, they are more flexible, they become more creative, and that is how they easily solve the problems. Teamwork, of course, because you even a professor cannot teach and go in isolation. We have a team, we have a department, and especially being a team in a team where you may be a guide or mentor of the student as well. So when we are especially this education students I'm talking about, you're going to become a teacher. The whole team is requires a work, and you sometimes you're going to be a leader, sometimes you're going to be a subordinate or the coordinator. So that means the teamwork, this skill is really required. Reliability, of course, any work requires the reliability, because if I'm designated with certain kind of responsibility, my organization expects me to to perform those duty and stay reliable to the organization. That even happens in a home. So that means this is the basic skill which is required to perform any kind of task. Self management, as I was talking about, um, identifying our own skills, dealing and expecting something from others. We need to manage our own personality traits, attitude. There may be some modulation, but self management is really required, because it's a strictly formal environment when we are going to work outside. Planning and organization, anything, because if you're thinking that you'll be going in the school or college or university, you'll be getting some kind of timetable and for your classes and some syllabus which is already prepared. But you need to plan certain things. Tomorrow you'll be having a lecture, you need to plan. And believe me, even some professors are here, I know. They may be agreeing with me. If even today, if we're having this same syllabus, similar things, we actually prepare when beforehand, when we go to the even classroom. Even the head of the department who have so many administrative work, I know that how they go through their notes very quickly and then they enter the classroom. That means the planning and organization is required on the daily basis, when even though young people think that teaching is the easiest task. So that if it for any kind of work, we need to plan and organize our things even. And technology definitely, as when I was born, I remember having those black dial phones in phone in my home. And we were I'm from the era when the black and white television arrived, when I was quite maybe 10 or 11-year old. So that means, and now I'm dealing with certain kind of gadgets which I never imagined that will come. So in your life, definitely there are so many things, there are so many inventions. And when we are talking about the AI, the artificial intelligence, so we need to be pro to the technology every time. Not using that technology is not required, but understanding and being open to the technology is really required. And initiativeness, for any kind of relationship, any kind of work, we need to have this positive trait, and that is having initiativeness. And how we can start doing some certain things, because there are certain people who get stagnated at the workplace. This is my work, I'm going to do this only. This is how I'm assigned with. No organization is going to sustain you for the long time, believe me. So if you're there, you can initiate things, you may get failed, maybe that may happen, but organization is also understanding that you're trying to do something for them. That means this is the another factor and skill which is required. And learning, of course, as I have told you, even people or the why I'm talking about the professors, because I'm talking to the education students, and there are people who are in the what we not fondly called in teaching and taught business. But learning is really important, and every time we are learning new thing, even though even if we are not teaching or learning or getting going as student in the classroom. So that means learning is never, we should never leave the learning. That is the another thing. uh, there are so many skills you must be imagining. Tell me, what is the most important skill in the workplace? There was a huge list I have told you. So the most important skill, which is, because there are some ratings, there are TRP issues and ratings. So the communication is the basic key of the success. I'm not telling you to focus, not to focus on the other skills, because that is why I have taken this much of time on that slide. But the major thing is talking to the people, saying your own thing. That doesn't mean fighting and always disagreeing to the things. But when we talk, when we say, when we listen to the people, we have the most positive thing. And that is why they have rated this the most important thing in the workplace. And this is the, when you're, don't shy away about talking your own skills and your aspirations, the problems you're having at your workplace maybe. And this, there may be certain kind of decent way of talking about that, and that there are channels. Actually, we need to know whom to talk about what. So people think that at workplace you need it, because many times I have in this presentation only, I've told it's a formal place. That doesn't mean we are not going to talk to anybody. Talking is, communication is not gossiping. So we when we talk, when we discuss, we understand what is even in the writing what is given to us. So that is also the communication. We need to incline towards more communication, and people who are having this introversion tendency in their personalities uh, should start practicing the communication. So there is no harm in saying your or expressing your emotions. So this is the basic thing. And why I'm telling you this, in this new economy of rapid technological changes, we have already discussed, there are some business complexities. Organizations are striving for developing quality human capital, even though we have the huge human capital in India. But quality human capital is really important. We may be having so many degree holders, but employers also seek for the better people in their organization. So soft skills, as we were talking about on that list, can provide the path towards this goal. Soft skills are very important to enhance employability. So we need to understand that we need to practice all these traits every day, in even in the classroom. Through that is why I was discussing about the cultural events and other things, because they really help you to get away from the some negativities or the some kind of personality traits we have, which is not that good for being sustaining in a workplace. And what how we can enhance the soft skill in the student, because why we are going to do that, because they become more competent, and especially for the job market, and people welcome them when they are communicating on the better skills. They have these leadership qualities, even though when they have this initiativeness in their personalities. So what we need to do is we need to have an integrated approach, especially for all the stakeholders. We that includes the faculty, the student, education institutions, and help them students to understand and practice those soft skills. And that is how we are going to enhance employability. And this is why I have liked this program of yours that much, because we are actually talking about the things. We can do so many things in the classroom, but having some seminars, that in a different mode we call it webinar. So because when we meet, we learn from each other, and we understand about certain things, and that is really required, and I really appreciate. So there may be certain recommendation I have brought for you. uh, the question may be arising, how do I know my skills? So it's not that easy, but I have written it's really easy to identify your skills. What you need to understand, if you are having some work experience, then you all you have to do is make a list of all the things you do at work and map them to the list of employability skills. Remember that set of the skills I have shown you, and you need to just check it, prepare a checklist. And what kind of, do I have this skill, do this, the behavior of mine or the skill of mine comes in this category. So you are really smart and you can do that. So preparing a list and then checking along with the employability skill is the first method. And if you're a fresher, just like the student here, then make a list of activities you do in a day. That means, that is why I was talking about the other activities as well, along with the attending the classroom and preparing the assignments. And the responsibility you're accountable for. Please remember the responsibility you have of your home, the friends, and other things. Any responsibility, even something, if you're nurturing a pet or somebody some stray thing, or helping somebody, that is also comes in the category of responsibility. Responsibilities are not always designated. Responsibility, what you do in your daily day-to-day life, even we on the weekly basis. Please make a list of those activities, and then you'll understand. And again, do the same thing as I have told about the people who are already working. Please make a checklist. So that is really going to help you to understand what skill you need to work upon. Okay, So how we can do understand the employability skill, as I have told you, list out all the things. And there is another category. I'm very quickly going to read this: study, work, read, extracurriculars, everything you need to list out here. And for example, if you're enjoying studying and reading, then you'll naturally need a good, you're going to be good at the research work, and hence it becomes the employable skill for you. So people who are, we need to be very pure at our hearts about with ourselves only. And how we, if I'm talking actually enjoying reading something, if I'm actually trying to write something when my friends are playing outside or relaxing or they are having their siesta, so that means you are a research work person. So this is how you're going to identify your own skills. And trust me, that really works. Maybe when I'm telling you like this, you may be finding it very simple. Oh, what is in that, what ma'am is telling? No, please do this, and you're definitely going to, you need to introspect your own personality. And if you're good at sports, then you already have problem solving and leadership skills in you. So that is how we people we identify, we help student to identify the employability skills. And each activity you do in a day is related to some responsibility, as I have told you, and you already have that readiness of employability skills. So don't get disheartened if you're not that enjoying actually the reading every time, or you're not actually playing something just like some sport. You don't need to be negative on yourself. You if you're having any kind of responsibility, even taking care of your own body or having right kind of nutrition and listening to your parents, that means you have some certain kind of employability skills. So you need to create certain kind of list for your employability skills, and keep enhancing those skills. And you need to compile the things and add them to your portfolio. Don't remember to prepare a CV, resume, or a biodata, whatever you call this, uh, for that. And please add to that your portfolio. That means that is that every time you're going to see your CV, you're going to understand, oh, this is me, and now I have added this thing. So that is how you get your own reinforcement in that term as well, and you get more motivated. So the last line is not fruitless. Please prepare a CV and add those skills in your uh, every time you're going to amend that, believe me. So try and do this. And what I wish you is, um, you're definitely going to shine on. So there are certain references, and if you have any question, please ask me. And thank you so much, and I wish all of you luck. And I believe that everyone, especially the students, are going to have great jobs and sustain in their jobs, and we, what we call is job satisfaction. So I wish all good to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this lovely presentation regarding personality development. May I request the participants to post their questions, if any, in the chat box for further discussion? I have one question. I'm seeing one question which was posted in the chat box, that what major qualities you will suggest for a management graduate for a strong career. So, ma'am, can you please highlight something on this for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Shushma, the basic thing is communication in a daily life. Even when we have those communication skills, so let me remind them, communication is not always about talking, saying something which I have in my mind. Communication is also about being empathetic, being a good listener, and reacting to the things which we get in a non-verbal or verbal thing pattern. So that means basing, having and practicing that. If I'm good orator and sometimes I'm participating in a debate, that doesn't make me good communicator. that if I'm trying to talk to the people around me and I'm understanding them, and I'm trying to understand and inculcate some knowledge from them as well, that is also required. That is why we promote students to talk in the classrooms. That is why the lecture method has been switched to the group discussion and other things. That is why, because we want them to talk. And that means when we as a psychologist, what I can suggest you, when we talk, what we have back in the mind, we are going to that becomes the active thing for us. That makes us more confident. That is the other trait or skill for us. And being confident doesn't mean always being confident. That means what I have as a academic skills, the knowledge I'm gaining in the classroom, and when we deliver that. So communication is the basic idea. um, Having good team of friends even. And if your professors are definitely in your team, that doesn't mean, yeah, they're going to favor you for the marks and assignments. But if they are there to help you out when you require some kind of guidance in academics, as well as some co-curricular activities, so that is the another thing. So respecting others is really, really important, because people may have different perspective about the same thing, as I have told you. But we may not disagree every time. So this actually comes gradually, we grow up. So these are there I think this question, after understanding the particular slide, the 10 skills I was talking about, the student or the person who was asking may be having some insight about the thing.
Right, ma'am. Absolutely right, ma'am. Ma'am, one question is asked by Dr. Jyotsna Kohli, that how to handle a situation when a work that is not covered under my competences and that is given by the authority to me. So
I understand this. This has happened to us in 2020. Everything was running, and especially because I'm one of the professors who's habitual to going. I was habitual going in the classroom. Though I was knowing about certain facts about PPT presentation and something we were using in the classroom, preparing videos and other thing, because I have this kind of branch, but I was not that it was not that easy to adapt to the preparing the lecture, because preparing a video or taking a selfie is the easiest thing, but preparing a lecture which is which has the same essence what we deliver in the classroom. So this challenge was there. And there are so many things when even in the June 2020, I remember, when we have completed our examinations anyhow. That was the challenge in my university, because students were away, and we are strictly residential university, and 18,000 students were there. So we don't know how but you cannot say that this is not my duty, because conducting the examination and teaching in the classroom is the major duty of a professor. I understand that. But along with that, there are so many activities which happen in the university. You have NSS branches, you have theater clubs, and you have some extracurricular activities and other things. So what we need to understand is, if I actually understand that this, if I'm going to initiate this project, even though this has been assigned by my HOD or dean or my superiors, I'm definitely going to fail. Then we can go and talk to them, because I understand in work environment this is not that easy, and this is also taken as some negativity on our profiles. I understand that. But talking about that, and what I see is, most of the superior people, they understand and they easily know that who can do what. So if things are assigned to us, there may be some chance of doing that, because they are senior to us. They also, as we are mentoring our student, they are seeing everything. So and nobody wants their work to get at the worst level. So if they're assigning something to Shushma, so Shushma should understand that they may have seen something in my thing. my personality. And if even though I need to overwork, even though that is not in actually not in list of my caliber in my portfolio, but why not to try? But please give it a chance, because being fair in the work is really important. So we can talk to the people who have assigned us the assignment. I'm going to try this. Please help me out. If you require certain kind of resources, you please ask them. So I don't feel that nobody is going to get offended. And even though we are working as a team, everybody understand that. Even somebody who is heading the university also has a team, the whole thing. And without even the person who is on the lowest cadre of the university, we cannot they cannot perform anything. So uh, communication is again the basic key, I should say.
Absolutely right, ma'am. Ma'am, one last question I'm saying in the chat box is posted by Dr. Sanjay. Sir, today students are leaving jobs because jobs very early, may after 6 months and so on. It gives wrong message. How to stop it? We try our best, but result does not come up. When people are leaving their jobs at a very early stage. So what should be done? What message we can intimate to them?
That is the entirely different thing, Sanjay ji, is because you understand the population sequence or the kind of population we have in India, and there are limited jobs. We understand that, and most of the jobs which were paying in a handsome way earlier are not that paying well. And please, there are students, don't get disheartened, because the economy is equal for all of us. If you're seeing somebody who is getting 1 lakh rupee for the same work, and you are getting 25,000 for the same work, uh, please respect the experience, the time given to the jobs, and the qualification they may be having. You may be having equal qualification. I'm not talking about that. But if somebody has worked for the 10, 20, 30 years, they have created a place for themselves. So for the same thing, you may not be getting that much of money. But there are some people you may be seeing, they're young, they are getting paid in a better way. So the major problem is with what I can say is the payments. So because I'm not an organization, I'm not paying anybody, but I understand how an organization can pay so many people. There are so many people to get paid, and there are so many other kind of provisions for them. And another thing which I am thinking is, Sanjay ji was implying is the patience, I think. So there are so many, because this is the trend which we are seeing in every sector. But it was earlier, what we were seeing is in multinational, especially in technology.
May I request participants to please mute their mic?
Okay, so that was a tendency with the people who are with the technology. One for 16 months they were working somewhere. When they get a better opportunity, they were going out. But same thing is happening, because those influences are there. The colleges and universities are having those kind of procedures or the contracts right now. So we'll be facing the similar thing for the longer time maybe. So, but being patient, and there is another term of entrepreneurial ventures. So sorry, the startups and other things. If somebody who is an engineer who's trying to start a startup, and when somebody who is education bachelor or masters, and if he or she is leaving the job for that, I don't think it's bad.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, I am saying in the chat box that Dr. Sanjay sir want to speak. Sir, are you unmute yourself? You want to say something, please? You are most welcome. Yes, Sanjay sir, your voice is not audible. Hello. Yes, sir, please.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Please, most welcome.
Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Oh,
Yes, right.
thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Thank you for giving me opportunity. Ma'am, though I have already posted the question,
Right.
ma'am, because sometimes the interpretation in a different manner. That's
Okay,
why
got
I
it.
have tried
Right.
to. Yeah, ma'am, actually, like I'm professor in one of the government university, and I have seen because many times what happened, students are joining the placements from the say from the campus, and after 6 months and so on, they give commitment that we will work for 1 year and so on. Like if you talk about myself, like a couple of years back, we were
Sorry for disturbance, sir. I request again all the participants to please mute your mic, except those who have got the chance to speak over here. Yes, sir, please. Tell me.
Thank you, ma'am. Like like a couple of years back, what was the scenario? Like if somebody is getting a job, he was stick to for 3 to 4 years, at least 5 years. But now every 6 months, like why I'm saying this thing? Because I have received complaints or the suggestions from the company side when I used to go to the companies, and they say, "कि आपके students जो हैं, though you are having a national university, national important institute, but still they are after 6 months they are giving commitment because companies are putting lot of investing lot of resources also, and after that if they are leaving the organization there is no use, so it gives a bad image on the respective institution as well. Though at our level means I want your intervention that what is specific so that we may stop this practice. We should though we are guiding to the students, but still we are not coming up. Hope ma'am, Dr. Shweta, you understood what I would like to convey,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes. Dr. Sanjay, do you have somebody who is guiding and there is some counselor in your institution?
Right now we do not have, ma'am.
Yes.
We
What you need to do is, because
yes,
people may say that that is actually there is the thing which are not that given that importance. And I know there's so many people what counselors do, that there is still some kind of patterns. But what I have seen even in the Rajasthan University in Jaipur, they have their own guidance, and that they though they are giving only information and other things, but there are certain things which we require everywhere, and that is a government policy as well.
yeah,
It's not always about the being helping people who don't have right kind of mental health. So this is about training the students. That is why I was talking about, not talking about the academic achievements, because most of the students who are coming to the institutions like yours in national importance, they are scrutinized, they're filtered, they're more inclined toward the getting education, and they're having those kind of research orientation as well. But working with an organization requires some kind of other skill. That is why we are discussing employability here, because having those eligibility is not that required, because you are still working in an environment which may be better. But there are so many institutions, I'm talking about the professors only here. There may be certain organization where people are working, they're not happy in that environment. That is not for only one person. So this also becomes, maybe the agencies are investing on them. There is a lot of work pressure, and there is always actually the most of the organization, what I'm seeing is I don't meet the students who are technology from technology every day, but what I can infer from the interaction with certain of them, because there is a lot of pressure, the work timing and other things where they work, so there are certain things we are not going to cope up without getting help from the person who is professional.
right.
That doesn't mean they need to and I'm really happy that you're talking about this here, because most of the professors are focused more on the academic achievement and delivering a good lecture and what kind of placement their students have got. And when you're talking about being sustainable to those placement, I'm really grateful that at least India is having some certain kind of professors, and we
Thanks.
are discussing this thing, because having a degree and getting frustrated after 10 years and not gaining anything, or working somewhere which is they are not satisfied, we are creating a kind of crowd that is actually unhappy, and we are going to have a lot of people around us who are negative in their perspective. So that means having a job, they can foresee what kind of lifestyle they are going to have when they are joining such and such company. So even though you can have some practice session with them, even some career counselor, and some people who can follow up them as well. Following up is really important, because I know that you are following them up. That is why you are getting those feedbacks. But the companies are reporting you. Please
Yeah,
talk to the students. Yes, please talk to the students why they have left. Because in this situation, nobody is getting a job. You understand, getting a right kind of job is what is happening in our country, or in worldwide. You can see getting its job is the मिठाई बटती है हमारे यहाँ तो घरों में, है ना? तो उसके बाद कोई छोड़ता है, that means there may be certain kind of pressures. So there may be, please follow up your students as well, and try and get the other part of the story as well, because some student may be misfit for some environment, but every student cannot be.
cannot be.
So
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable suggestion. We'll definitely put forward this suggestion to my authorities as well.
okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering all the questions in a very constructive and very effective manner. Now, thank you very much. And I'm pretty sure that all the stakeholders, whether teacher, educators, research scholars, or academicians, we all are benefited from ma'am's views, thoughts, and suggestions. And we will make sure to apply the same in our future life as well. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful enriching session. Again, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Now, before proceeding to the next session, we have a lunch break of 30 minutes. And after this break, we will again meet at 1:15 p.m. with our next eminent resource person, Dr. Ajay R. Gode, Director of Sports and Youth Affairs and Executive Director of Sports Authority of Goa, Government of Goa. So be with us after this lunch break. So we will meet again after 30 minutes at sharp 1:15 p.m. So please resume after 30 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. May I request IT team to please play the video?
Ajay sir, good afternoon. Hello.
Hello. Ajay sir is there? Have joined the meeting? Yes, now welcome back all the participants, faculty members. Welcome back all the participants, faculty members, and academicians for our 5 days online workshop program on enhancing employability among teacher educators, research scholars, and students. Now, I would like to invite our next resource person, Dr. Ajay R. Gode, Director of Sports and Youth Affairs and Executive Director of Sports Authority of Goa Government. Now, the brief CV of Sir is that Sir has done Masters in Chemistry from Goa University, Goa, Bachelor in Education. He has done MEd and Gold Medalist at MEd level also, And sir has been honored with President of India, Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma Gold Medal Award for standing first at MEd level. Sir has qualified NET also, and sir acted as a resource person and counselor for IGNOU at BEd level, presented more than 20 research papers at national conferences and 2 papers at international conferences. Sir has guided many students during their preparation for UGC NET STET in the state of Goa as a state resource person. Presently, sir has also joined Goa Civil Services, GCS, Government of Goa, and serving the state administration in civil service cadre. Sir has also worked as Deputy Director of Panchayat South Goa District, Deputy Director of Goa Medical College, Deputy Collector and SDM Vasco, General Manager Goa Industrial Development Corporation, Deputy Collector, SDM Salicit, Deputy Collector and SDM, Sanguem, and presently posted as Chief Officer, Kurkoram Kakora Municipal Council, Kurkoram, and holding additional charge of Member Secretary Ravindra Bhavan, Kurkoram. Welcome you, sir. Now I would like to Mahima to place Tulsi sapling video as a gratitude for sir. I request Mahima to please play Tulsi sapling video for sir. Welcome you, sir. Now, may I request our eminent resource person, Dr. Ajay Agodi, sir, to please start the session with the topic multidimensional scope of employment in the 21st century. Welcome you, sir, again, and over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Good afternoon.
Madam,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Good afternoon, Rohit sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me be grateful to the MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, for considering me as one of the resource person for this wonderful seminar workshop that you all are holding. I prefer not to use PowerPoint, but I prefer speaking to you all directly. So that is what it would have been great if I was there present, physically presenting this. So I mostly avoid PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to give my views. I hope that is fine with you all. I am not going to use any PowerPoint presentation, but rather what is more important that I present my ideas and my views on the topic which is given to me. So thank you all. And in case you want to ask me anything, I have ample of experience of teaching, then administration. I have worked with different institutes for their training part, their coaching part. What are the things which we look into teacher educator, or when students are being trained, what are the areas we lag behind? That I would be taking in my session. So let me start with the topic which you all have given me. But before that, let me go to the title of the workshop itself. See, when we say one is enhancing, one is employability, and whose employability we talk about is about teacher, educator, the student, the researchers, or any component which we come across as far as teaching is concerned. We are in 21st century. I remember there was a time, I remember my 10th standard when I have done it is in 2002. I have passed my secondary school, higher secondary school in 2004. It is 18 years back or 20 years back. And today we are in a period, or we are in an arena where we have we have so much ample of opportunity which we are not having during our time. So your title itself is, one is employability and one is enhancing. That means when we are passing out, when we graduate ourselves, or when we teach a student to graduate from maybe a particular course of education, it may be B.Ed, it may be M.Ed, it may be any other course which we look at it, and we look about enhancing. That means I create a graduate, and either I just create a graduate, I made him pass through a graduation program, and then leave it to him. Okay, now you search for the job, you look for your avenues. You are pass out from my institute, and I have no liability, or I have nothing to do with where you go, what you do. So many of the institutes that are being run in our country, there are so many institutes where graduation programs are being conducted for only with the curriculum. And with the curriculum, in a year, earlier it was 100 students passing out. Now we have 200 students passing out from the B.Ed institute. Out of this 100, how many are being employed? If they are employed, okay, where are they employed? If they are not employed, why they are not employed? So I think these are the components we need to discuss upon. I have seen many teachers opting a teacher course because out of compulsion or no choice. If you see, when I was teaching, I was assistant professor in B.Ed college. My experience was very different. Out of these 100 students, if you conduct a survey or talk to them, 80% students were enrolled for a B.Ed course because they were not left with any of the options to go after the BSc or MSc. They thought, okay, let me choose B.Ed as an option, or teacher educator program as an option to get myself enrolled and do something. So it was out of compulsion or out of no choice, I would say, not out of their wish, not there that they wanted to be a teacher, and not that they really wanted to be part of that curriculum. So, when you have such kind of mentalities among the students itself, what it leads to is that the moment you entered particular field as a part of what I know choice, that means you'll grow as no choice. I mean to say, so first and foremost thing which I want to point out to, putting before all of you is that when we talk about teacher educator program, when we talk about, teacher trainees or otherwise researcher or anything which we do in our teacher education program, first is whether you have chosen this field to be a good teacher, or you have opted it as a part of a job. If teacher educators have taken this as a job, then I think the success will be less. If there is no interest of teaching, if there is no interest of research, if there is no interest of any kind of innovation in you, and you want to take it up as only a job, then that job for a salary purpose can be available anywhere else. So first and foremost, what I look at when we talk about avenues for teacher educators, avenues for employability or enhancing the employability, first comes is an individual. What you want to do, where you want to do, what are your goals? You want to be a teacher just for a salary purpose, or you want to be a teacher who will be able to bring in innovation, bring in thought in the students, which will again enhance your employability as well as their employability. See, I look at this like this. I remember when I was in my master's, I was reading a book called A Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire. See, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, if you all must have read it, it has different components. When a teacher looks at him or her as a student, when they are learning, they also look for the employability. That time they work on some skills that they should have to get employed. But when I become a teacher, when I am employed in the school or a college or an institute, I forgot those skills to be transferred to the student whom I'm training, to make them employable or make them a good teacher in the society. This component is being missed out by the teacher trainees, teacher educators when they are training the students, and that results in a student just graduating without any skills which are other than the skills which are in the curriculum. Let me come to sharing of some of my ideas about when I talk about employability. If I have to just define Employability is basically you need to have skills to get employed in particular institute. In layman's language, what I look at the employability is that with my education, with my degrees, I should be able to absorb in one institute. It may be in a private institute, it may be in government institute, it may be in research institute, it may be across the globe, anywhere. And for that, I need to enhance. Now, who will enhance this employability skills among the teachers? I would say there are three people that would, or three components that would enhance the employability skills. Number one is I myself. Very important. I myself. Nobody can enhance your employability skills if you yourself doesn't want to. Very, very important for students, as well as this is what I believe through my experience also. It may be an administrative experience, or it may be a teaching experience, or otherwise. If I am not able to adopt something, I don't think anybody can make you adopt those things. First and foremost, to enhance job or the employability and your avenues, I need to be in a position to adopt certain things. If I am not in a position to adopt certain things, I think there cannot be anything which can change. So first is I, an individual. It may be a teacher, educator, it may be a student, it may be a researcher, it may be anybody. If you don't want to enhance your capabilities, if you don't want to enhance your abilities, I think nobody can change anything. The first part. Second is a teacher. Teacher who's, suppose a teacher is a trainee, is in a training institute, who is training the students. If I just train them for what is curriculum, then you are not going to be employed anywhere. Let me tell you very frankly, there is a student who got 99% marks in a graduation or a post-graduation or any other course. And there is a student who got 75% or 60% of first class. But I'll tell you, this 60% student can be 10 times better than the person who got a 99%. See, employability is not all about your marks on papers. No, in today's 21st century, if I look at your employability, where you will be employed, wherever it is, what is required is, apart from your curriculum, different skills, which I'll just talk about. What are the skills a person need to have different avenues? Suppose I am an institute, I am an university. What I look at is not your 90% or 100%, whatever it is, 95%. What I look at, apart from your curriculum, what are the other skills you have, which I need you as a teacher? These are missing today. In today's 21st century, what we have looked at is percentage of marks. Nobody will employ you based on your so-called academic score. No. If you have a 90% and you have no communication skills, what is the point of you being a teacher? I have seen, let me just share some of my understanding. I was in my B.Ed college, and that time there was a professor who used to teach research. Okay. He was an excellent as far as his knowledge is concerned, no doubt. He was an excellent as far as what I could say academic in terms of research arena or research knowledge concerned. But as far as delivery is concerned, he was a big failure. So he had a knowledge, but to give to that knowledge to students or to the teaching community or the society, he had no good communication skills. He had no good, I would say, transaction skills that he communicates this to the students or teachers. Now, what is the point of that knowledge if I cannot communicate to it? So what I'm saying, it is not the 90%, it is not the intelligence which you have or the knowledge about the subject, but if the transaction is not taking place, then you are not a good teacher. So employability skills or the percentage or the degrees you have will not have any value if you don't represent them. When I say I am masters of chemistry, suppose I am saying masters of chemistry or masters of education, or if I am saying PhD in education on particular subject, okay, and if I don't represent that degree in that context, then I think my degree will not have value. When I say masters of chemistry, I should be masters of chemistry in such a manner that anything is asked to me to present or to deliver, I think I should be able to do that. Then only I can call myself as a master's. Now, this requires not only academic. Some people are very good in their academics, but they are not able to present. For a teacher to employ himself, see, I am not looking, say I am told about the avenues which you have to have in 21st century. Let me tell you, 21st century is not the century which we otherwise to have. A teacher is to use only chalkboard and just said something verbally and then we learned out of it. we were just given some piece of papers or some books and then we learned out of it. Today's generation is not like that. Teacher is different today. Teacher, educator, teacher in schools, teachers in higher secondaries, colleges are different teachers today. Teachers which I had, they're different teachers. Even they never use mouse, they never use computers, they never use tablets, they never use internet resources, but they were excellent teachers because they had good skills of teaching. Now, over a period of time, what has happened? We have lost those skills, as well as we have not adopted any other new skills. We have not adopted, I'll tell you, so many teachers are there in state of Goa or otherwise also, who are still not well conversant with the computers, IT. You do a survey, you will find, just because we have made it mandatory that, okay, make one Gmail, they will not have email IDs, they will not have Gmail accounts, they will not have any kind of, why they are not having? Because they are never, they have never upgraded their skills. So when I talk about employability as a and bigger issue in 21st century, nobody will employ you if you don't have skills apart from your degree. This is very categorically I want to say that if you don't have skills apart from a degree, see degree, there are 10 students or 10 people who appear for the interview. Everybody has 90% marks. How do I choose him? How you will be chosen as a as an assistant professor, as a teacher educator, as a teacher or any institute, you will go as a researcher. On what are the basis they will choose you? It is not the 90% marks. Suppose I have 10 students, again I'm repeating, and I have all are getting 90% marks. All have got, that means you are equal in terms of your percentage degree. What is that will differ when you are being selected is your other skills, your research skills, your communication skills, your IT skills, your overall personality. All these components will decide whether you are going to be part of that institute. MIT University is such an, you know, one of the best universities we have in why, when even they have recruited people. There is a procedure laid down. There is a quality component which is involved into it, and that's the reason it's a number one. Or it has very good infrastructure. It has very good resources. All this has come out of a particular process. Teachers, you see, they are well conversant with all the research skills, communication skills, or otherwise. So what I'm talking at the beginning of my session is that whenever, whichever country you want to go, whether it is our country, our nation, whether your state, my state, today in 21st century, I would again say it is not the degree which you have that will decide whether you will be employed or not. Along with that, the skills which I'm saying, communication skill must. A teacher must have a good communication skills. I have seen many teachers have failed in their transaction or they have not been selected because they never had good communication skill. Second, when I say communication skill, many people don't have something called as their body language. When I say communication skill, it has verbal skills, it has non-verbal skills. It has, I have seen some people delivering sessions and lectures sitting on one chair, sitting on, you know, that will not have an impact. Nobody will choose or select you as a teacher if you have no body language involved into it. If you have no you know, I want to say when you communicate, it should touch student. It should touch the touch in terms of what, not physically, in terms of emotional, in terms of your ideas, it should touch them, which is sometimes lagging. So communication skills is the most important. Second skill, which world is looking at you when you go for any kind of interview or any kind of, you want you to be selected, you need to have in today's century something called ICT skills. If you don't know computers, you need to have at least basic ICT skills wherein you are knowing some sort of technological integration. If you go to an institute and you say, no, sir, I have never seen computers, I never heard about any kind of technological advancement, I have never heard about any modules which are based on the technology, and who will take you? Nobody will take you. If you say that I have never heard about Google Meet, I have never heard about other avenues which are available, I have never heard about MOOCs, I have never heard about latest apps which are designed for teaching purpose or otherwise communication purpose, nobody will take you. So second component, when I look about the globalization of this employability or otherwise, it is that you should be well conversant with the ICT. Third component, which I myself look at otherwise is research. See, many teachers are there in the institute doing only teaching component, only curriculum component. Along with that, what will be looked at is that, okay, what Mr. Ajay Gowde has done, what are his research contribution to the country or the teaching fraternity, what are the research he has been carried out, how many research papers he have written. Now, when I say research, it should not be copy pasted research or some research. I have myself seen many of the faculties across the country, because UGC had earlier mandated some papers has to be there before you submit some PhD, you have to do some publications. Many people started doing research, not real research, copying, pasting some here and there, and then we started writing papers. That's not the research which a real institute will look at you. Research which has a prominent base, which are done by yourself, which are unique, original, which are not done by anybody, which has some kind of innovative practices that you have come up with, those research will be looked at by the institute and the employer when they want to employ you as their employee. So communication skills, ICT, research, and very, very important when teacher educators or the teachers or student or researcher will be employed is your whole overall personality. Personality is not what I look at as an individual. Personality is not about what you wear, how you look at, how good you are, how beautiful you are. No, personality has different component. Your behavioral attributes, your character. People say character is one component, character is another component, which is not seen, but can be seen through your behavioral attributes, your approach, your attitude, your, how you are as an individual. That is also very important component which is looked at today. So our behavioral pattern, the entire personality development also plays very important role. I have 90% marks. I'm the gold medalist. Suppose I'm the gold medalist, and I don't have a personality of like a teacher. I cannot even stand in front of 100 students and deliver a lesson. Nobody will take you. So employability skills across the world, it has different dimensions, and nobody will take you as a teacher if you don't have these skills. So these are core skills which I am talking about as far as the idea of employability. And now let me talk about the word enhancement. How would I enhance the employability skills? What are the things I need to do to ensure that the skills are being enhanced? Now, when skills can be enhanced, it can be enhanced at particular time. Suppose my students are not given training. Suppose when I was growing up, when I was a student, that time I was not given certain skills. I cannot develop those skills overnight. What I am today, I think it was not overnight journey. I to become an assistant professor or into teaching, I think I had started this journey quite long. It is all of us, all the professors who are there on this platform, or all those who are listening to this session. I think all of us have come from very rough journey, up and downs, and this journey was not easy. This is not. I have not joined Goa Civil Services overnight. I didn't become assistant professor overnight. I think these are the skills all of us have attained by different mediums. It may be by workshop, by training, by meeting good teachers, by interactions, by meeting in this platform. I think this is the way we have all developed these skills. So enhancement cannot be overnight. Enhancement cannot be a journey which is just developed over a period of time. It is right from the starting. And I believe as a person, right from when I was in school, even till, I think, till the last day of my journey or last day of my life, I would be a learner. The most important skill one person should know, that you may attain any degrees, you may attain any number of degrees, till last day of the journey, I would be a learner. I would always say that I learn till my last breath. So the day I will say that I know everything, that's the end of our journey. So for all of us, those who are students, researcher, or whoever is attending this, the learning is lifelong process. The day you forget that learning is lifelong process, I think that will be the day to end of your journey. Because the moment you will say that I know everything, you will never enhance your employability, you will never enhance your skills, you will never learn something new, you will never try to adopt some new methods. So that's the end of the journey of your learning. So my personal belief, I learn from my peon, I learn from my sweepers, I learn from my parents, I learn from my students, I learn from my society, I learn from nature. I think learning can come from anywhere. This is another component all of us should remember, that learning can come from anywhere. It need not, it doesn't require designation, it doesn't require positions, it doesn't require anything. I learn from everybody. And this is another component I think today's generation need to understand, that if you need to be a good resource for any institute, these are the qualities you should have. Let me just share for all of us, let me just share how employability, let me just share in 2 minutes how my journey has been. Not to show how great I was and I am, but just to tell you all how the employability or how the job prospects of one person can vary over a period of time. Let me just share with you so that everybody understand, not to show how great I am, how big I am, very common man, I'm very simple man, but I would like to share with you what are the components a journey to get a job one should have. I completed my 10th standard in somewhere 2002. It was a village school. It was a village school. I think few students. I stood first in the school. I got 64% in 10th standard in 2002. I went to, from school, I moved to higher secondary. It was a city higher secondary where when I was school, I was not that good in English. My vocabulary was not good. I was not that competent. I felt like to talk to the teachers, to present something. But as I grown up, I did my BSc chemistry. There I started interacting with the people who are good in English, who are good in literature, who are good in science. I started see how one person should develop the employability skills, or how you should improve over a period of time. You should know. So when I started interacting with the people who were good in vocabulary, good in English, what English I am speaking today or the way I am communicating today, I was not in 2004. I did my graduation. That time also I had very literally not that much skills of talking, going in front of people and then having those kind of skills. I was not having. I did my MSc from Goa University, and that time again I was very introvert. I was not that extrovert. I was still, oh no, I don't have this. I am not aware of these things. I may be little lagging behind. What I am today is all after I did my B.Ed. Let me tell you, B.Ed and M.Ed. Let me tell you, when I was doing my graduation, B.Ed, Bachelor's of Education, that was the first time I understood what is psychology, what is sociology, what is philosophy, what is math, science, all those Rousseau's philosophy, all those philosophers, Western, Indian. I started developing myself. I completed my graduation B.Ed, and then was a turning in my life. I went to Regional Institute of Education, Bhopal. That was the first time I was traveling out of my state anywhere to study, and that is in Bhopal. And some of my professors are here on this platform. Sir is there, Vidya sir is there. So, that changed me. Let me tell you very frankly, what is a person requires. When I went from Goa to Bhopal, where 7 state students were studying together, I found myself to be small person. I found myself to be, I was in very small kind of an area where I thought I am the king of the jungle. When I was not competing with the world, I felt I'm the king of the jungle. But when I went to the Bhopal, I was among the students of state. I find I am a small component in this world. I started enhancing my capabilities. I competed with whom? When I was in graduation, my percentage was maybe 60%, 70%. So I had nobody to compete with me. So I didn't enhance my skills. I never enhanced my abilities. I kept myself there. But when I went to Bhopal for studying, I tried myself. Okay, I am here. I can still go higher and higher. I competed with them. Healthy competition. I studied. I qualified my NET when I was studying there. Even when before I answered my first semester of masters, I cleared my NET examination. How? Because I started competing with the other students who are better than me. And while I was doing that, I enhanced my skills. This is what is required today. when I'm sharing, everybody feels that I am the best. You may be the best, but you can be more better than what you are today. So even if you are best, try to be the best among the best. So for that, I need to learn out from others. I did my graduation, I did completed my master's, came down to Goa. I joined as assistant professor. Now, when they chosen me, they saw some qualities in me, and it was not by, okay, they know me or something, but on my skills they selected me or selected me. But let me tell you another journey, another turn. When we talk about employability, how things go. I joined college. I started doing my research. I got enrolled in BITS Pilani for my PhD. And see, I didn't stop there. I'm talking about employability and enhancement of skills. If I had just, okay, I got a job, why to do research, why to do PhD and all, I think that would have been end of my journey there. So I enrolled myself for a PhD in BITS Pilani Goa campus, and I started research. While I was doing this, I thought, okay, I think I am competent enough to answer civil services exam. I answered civil services exam, I qualified return, went for a mains. And let me tell you, when I talk about employability skills, interview is important. Interview, when you go anywhere, how you present, the interview part, I had to answer 45 minutes interview. You know, they looked at my background. Okay, Ajay, what you have done? Okay, MSc chemistry. Tell me, what is uranium isotopes? What is 235, 238? What are protons, neutrons? Okay, you have done this. They started digging out what I had done, everything, for which I was ready. Probably that day I was ready. So when you go for an interview, these are the things. 45 minutes bombarding of questions were done on me. And if I was not ready, although I had qualifications of degrees, but if I on the day of the interview I could not perform, I think I would have been failure. For 45 minutes, there was bombarding of questions. Can you imagine? You are asking suddenly, I did my master's of chemistry in 2011, and I answered 2009, and I answered my interview on chemistry questions in 2015 batch. So that year, if I had not remembered the chemistry which I learned that time, I think I would have been failed in my civil service interview. Why I'm giving this example to you is that it is not only degree which will make you employ somewhere. It is not only percentage or what you have done otherwise in academics. No, on that day of the interview, I was bombarded with so many questions, and I answered all. I qualified civil services based on what? Not only degrees, not only returns, prelims exams or mains exam, not only degrees. I think all competitive exams, I had to prepare the interview, I have to go for it, plan for it. I was asked, explain me what are protons, neutrons, what is how is U235 different than U238? What is its atomic number? If I was not ready, then I think I would have failed in that interview. Same way, among these communication skills, research, ICT, personality, interview, answering in interview, preparing yourself for interview is another good employability skill. Everybody had to prepare properly where you are going. See, I never thought when I was answering my civil services exam, I would be asked about chemistry, because I always went prepared. Okay, I have done masters for education, I have done B.Ed, M.Ed, I have done NET, JRF, everything. I expect, okay, something would be asked from education. If I had gone prepared like that, I would have failed miserably. So when you go for any kind of interviews, it is not that you prepare just for a nutshell. You have to prepare as a larger, and your personality, what you present there. See, people should know how to answer interviews. Many people don't answer properly. See, when you're asked something, people prefer to give wrong answer or fake answers rather than saying, I don't know. These are another skill components when we talk about employability. If you go and you're asked something, what is the capital of our country, or whatever, you say something else, and it is wrong. You are making mockery of yourself, you are making fun of yourself. So again, what I am talking about is that if you don't know something, it is better to say, I don't know, I may not be in a position to tell. But many people say, like, because people sitting in front of you are not fool, they are not somebody, they are not dumb, they know things. That's the reason they are in an interview panel. That's the reason they are in a panel which is going to select you. So degrees, I always say, let me tell you another thing. When I was in teaching, when I have taught so many teachers, they are around in state of Goa, some of them out of Goa also. I told them simple mantra. I told them, I don't respect your 90%. I don't respect how intelligent you are. I don't value your percentage on paper, 90%, 95%, 99%, even 99.9%. What I value, see, a good teacher, a good human being will be, there is a guarantee that a good human being will be good teacher, but there is no guarantee that a person with a 99% will be good teacher. So I always told them, you have to be good teacher, and for a good teacher, to be good human being. There are so many people who are good teach. They are not good. They may not be excellent in communication skills, but they are very good human beings. And there is always a possibility that good human being will be good teacher, but there is no possibility guarantee that a 99% fellow will be a good teacher. Don't expect that. There are teachers without any B.Ed degrees or M.Ed degrees or any other institution. They are also good teachers. They are good teachers. I am talking of general teachers also. The chemistry teacher, physics teacher, they don't do B.Ed or M.Ed, but they are good teachers. They are also good teachers. There are people in the country who are not doing any B.Ed degree or M.Ed degree, but they are also good teachers. But with the degrees also, they are not good teachers. So what matters is that how we are preparing ourselves as an individual. Employability in 21st century, there is lot of unemployment. Why there is unemployment? Among the unemployment, because everybody wants to be a teacher. Let me go to that component. Everybody wants to join only as an assistant professor. Everybody wants to join only as a professor in university. Why? You can have your own academy. You can have your own coaching institute. You can have your own, teacher development institute. You can have your own academy where you train for civil services. You train for competitive exam. Employability is your cup of tea. You will decide what you want to be. You have to decide what you want to be and what you want to do. With the degrees, everybody will remain otherwise unemployed if you don't have your course of planning. I am doing today, suppose I am doing MSc, I am doing chemistry, I am doing PhD chemistry. What if I don't get through that examination? If I don't get, what are my avenues? I am going to sit at home? No. Then you have to go, okay, let me find out research institute where I can do my research. Let me see abroad. Let me see out of Goa. We have sickness like Goa specifically. Let me tell you, Goan people have very family sickness. We don't want to go out. We don't want to move out. We don't want to stay out. We want our food. We want our parents. Employability again has to do with you leave your country, you leave your state, go learn with people, get their experience. That is what I had done when I was in Bhopal. If I was in Goa, I think I would have been just a teacher in a higher secondary. Let me just tell you, I was offered. Let me just give another example of how a person will be a good successful teacher or anybody is decision making. After I completed my MSc and B.Ed, what I had done is I was offered a teacher grade 1 in higher secondary post, permanent post. And at the same time, I had applied for Masters of Education in Bhopal. Both letter came on the same day. One was selection, one was for education. I decided to go for higher education rather than taking a job of higher secondary teacher in 2012. I think if I had taken job that time, I think I would have been remaining only a higher secondary teacher. So employability is not about, some people know they graduate, they go for a job. And then, okay, why? Because that time they feel I should earn, I should not depend on my parents. And that's the end of their career. For some time, they enjoy doing the job, but over a period of time, they realize, oh, I should have learned more. I should have earned more degrees. I think I should have done my master's. I should have done my PhD. That is another component of employability. You don't restrict yourself to graduation and then expect job to be at the higher positions. No. I would believe learn as much as you can. Nowadays, there are avenues where you can learn and earn. You can be in an institute, enhance your degrees. There are so many institutes which provides you a long distance education, distance education. We say part-time education. There are a lot of avenues for you to enhance your employability. I'll tell you, IGNO, like I'm just giving some example. IGNO is offering a lot of, your university is also offering a lot, maybe offering a lot of courses. There are other universities which are offering a lot of courses in the country. I think we should upgrade ourselves. As day pass by, we have to upgrade. Pandemic, let me tell you, pandemic, all of you have seen, where were we? What were our education system? Where were our classrooms? What did we do? There were so many teachers who could not even hold mouse, who could not even do Zoom meetings, who could not attend anything. Why? That is the employability skill. That means we have never trained ourselves as per our requirement. We are in 21st century. You don't know Zoom meeting, you don't know Google Meet, you don't know other avenues, and how do you conduct meeting? So government of India literally suffered a lot in education department, because I'll tell you, at least state of Goa, we are in better position. There were so many states in our country during pandemic time, teachers doesn't know to use computers. In 21st century, that means where have you enhanced your skills? Who will employ you and why they should employ you? If I'm an employer, why I should employ you if you don't know computers? Why should I employ you if you don't know basic communication skills? Why should I employ you if you don't know basic research skills? You don't have better personality, you don't have better behavioral attributes. Why should I employ you? I think these are very, very important components. I have shared my story also. If I had not seen the journey of up and downs across the graduation, post-graduation, Bhopal, then coming back, civil services, when I'm in administration, and let me tell you some things about civil services also. In administration, no, I have seen ample of, I have headed at least 8 to 10 departments by now. I have headed at least 8 to 10 departments by now, and now in sports department. People in our department also are just without any skills. They have been employed by because of political whatever. Let me be very open. They may be employed because not transparent manner. Sometimes lower cadre, this LDC is lower cadre or whatever it is. We fail to get work from output from them. Why? Because they lack employability skills. A person is taken for computer tasks, doesn't know computers. How would I work with him? So these are the skills which are missing. So our country is suffering with lot of dilemmas, lot of issues. Unless and until there comes a transparent system of selection, and otherwise, even being employability skills, you will not be employed. What is the point? There is also a group of people like you have employability skills, but you are not taken because of the system which is there in our country. Let me be very open. There are so many experts who are better than others, but they are not selected. Others are selected. This lowers the the selection criteria, the skills. This leads to, why should I learn? If a person was not knowing the computers getting the job, and I am the computer engineer, I am not getting the job, this is leading to a lot of traumatic situation among the learners also. So what I would pass on message today is that we are in 21st century. Create your own self. I never went to anybody for a job. You create your own self. People should come to you. Mr. Ajay Gowdy is so expert. Mr. So and so person. Well, people should come to you. You create yourself in such a manner that nobody would ignore you. You create your image in that manner. You do your research. You have good communication skills. Have degrees. Present yourself in a manner people know you. And I think you need not. Then there will be a phase where there will not be requirement for you to go somewhere. People will come to you. So really, you all have chosen a very, very important topics, because I have seen teachers passing with just teacher. Let me give an example of Goa State. There was one exam. 9,000. There was post of accountant. 9,000 graduates and postgraduates, MCom people and BCom people answered this exam. Accountant posts were out. 9,000 students answered. Not a single student qualified that exam. MCom student, BCom student, not a single student qualified that exam. Reason? Now what we will say? Where is the employability skill? That means when they graduated or they did Masters of Commerce, they never attained those skills of competitiveness. It is not the only degree that will select you for one position. It is not the degree only that will take care of you. Not a single student pass. I can understand difficulty of the paper, but it cannot be that nobody qualifies that exam. So here I can say education system failed or that student failed. I would say education system failed, because we have trained or we have only created graduates and postgraduates, nobody else. When we never gave them skills of competitive skills. I know 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Everybody knows 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, but nobody knows how fast I should solve that problem 1 plus 1 in 30 seconds. Where I differ, suppose I am a 90% and there is a boy who is 60%. Both of us go for a common competitive exam. He passed that exam. I failed. Why? The difference is that on that day, how did I perform in terms of competitiveness? is the difference among these two. I qualified even being 60%. He failed being 90%. What differed is my competitive exam skills. How did I perform on that day? That is the difference. So we, as a teacher education fraternity, should create students, researchers with skills apart from the curriculum. Apart from the curriculum, everybody is masters of commerce, masters of chemistry. Fine, all of you have those skills, but we need to have, again, I'm repeating, good communication skills, good ICT skills, good research skills, good behavioral attributes. You as an individual, when I look, when people look at me, oh, he's a good human being, he's a good teacher, he's a good administrator. These are the areas I think we all must develop. And to create a good educational hub, I think what is required is good environment. We always relate hereditary and environment. We always relate. See, hereditary is what comes from your biological side. The environment where you are being trained. When I'm surely when a student of your university will go somewhere, he will be looked differently. That's the employability skill, employability chances you'll have. Somebody comes from IIT, somebody comes from IIM, somebody comes from your university, these institutions themselves have their image, which leads to employability of their student. It is not only student, which will give you job or him job or something. Institute from where I'm coming. If I'm coming from your institute, like your university, IIT, IIMs, or any other very good institute, foreign institute, you'll be employed and absorbed quicker than otherwise. Okay, people will compare. Okay, Ajay is come from institute. Okay, XYZ, and he's from XYZ. Then they will compare your standings also. So employability is all about your institute also. I said, who will play three roles? An individual, teachers, who are that institute and teacher, and the society. Society from where I am. Suppose tomorrow I am coming from. Suppose, let me not name a country. Okay, I am coming from a country which is not having good name in terms of education. Although I am good, I may not be picked up because that country doesn't have good name. That institute doesn't have good name. I may not be picked up. I think in 21st century, what is again required is good institute with value system. Let me tell you one more thing. Who will pick you up? Last, I think we have few more minutes, then we'll have some questions and then we'll wind up. Last thing I will tell you, employability comes with value system. I am a doctor. I stood first in the NEET examination. I stood first in the country. When I was employed, I started removing somebody's kidney, some part. I started selling them. Where are my value systems? I was topper of the medical college. I was topper of the country. I was the expert doctor, but I started getting engaged in wrong practices. That value system will not give you employability. That will spoil your name as well as the institute name. So it is not only the skills again will help you. You need to have good value system. Like I carry my value system. I know what are my value. I know what is right, what is wrong, do's and don'ts, what I should be doing, what I should not be doing. All these things matter in a life of a teacher educator, or a researcher, or a student. And I think I have got ample of experiences. Let me tell you, when I'll retire, let me just share with you. I have 35 years of my service, and I have started writing my own experiences in the government department. When When I'll retire, I'll be coming with one beautiful stories which I encounter every day in my department, in my offices. I think all of us should also do that. As a teacher, you must have been coming across some student and something happens, record it, anecdote. You can prepare proper record, and that can turn into a book. Every day's experience can be made into a book. You need not write special book. You are in classroom, you saw some boy doing something, this was done, that was done. I think that itself becomes a book, a research output, what you observed. And with this, I think we will be able to club a lot of things together and make better society. To conclude, I will just share one story, and then if some questions are there, I can take. I'll just share one small story with you. There was a well, okay? There was a well, and in that, it was a dry well. It was a dry well, and it's a small village, and there was no water into the well, and some frogs were sitting on the edges of this well, and they were just sitting there and talking, you know, making sounds. Some frogs were inside, they fell inside the well, and they were trying to jump out to save themselves. Okay, they were trying to jump out to save themselves, and in that process, no, some frogs died. From the frogs who were on top, what they were doing, they were shouting. They were shouting, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, you will die, you will die, you will die, don't jump out. So this, they were just keep on listening. So most of the frogs, they died. There was one frog who was trying to jump out, and he suddenly jumps out of that well and saves his life. You know how it happened? How it happened? Why it happened? All these who were shouting, don't jump, this frog was deaf. He could not hear. वो सुन नहीं सकता था, उसको सुनाई नहीं देता था. So what he considered? He considered they all are cheering me up to come out of this well. So he considered that as a cheering up, and he jumps out of the well because he considered that to be motivation and inspiration for him. And in life also, I believe, in and around there will be such frogs who would be demotivating you not to do certain things, don't do this, don't do. So you should know your better circle. See, employability is all about you, yourself, your society, how, where you are. So be around with good people, learn from everybody. I told you I learned from my sweeper also, I learned from my peon also. There are a lot of learn, it not be academics, but otherwise also. Some skills which I don't know, I can learn from them. So with this, madam, I would like to conclude. If somebody wants to ask me something, I am again thankful to MIT University. It is a great initiative we have taken. We need this kind of topics, this kind of deliberations, and this kind of discussions to come forward. I would end with a quote from one of the beautiful book, which I read 5 times. If you want to read, you can read. It is called as You Can Win. 2 books has touched me a lot. One is You Can Win by Shiv Khera, and second is 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Must read these 2 books which I read to make myself a better person. And from that book cover itself will have a one quote. It says, winners don't do different things, they do it differently. That means winners don't do different things, they do it differently. We all of us are having master's degree, we all are graduates, postgraduates, all are same, all are, but we have to do something different than otherwise. And second quote is that if you think you can, then you can. If you think you can, then you can. But if you think you can't, then you are right. If you think you can't, then you are right. If you think you can, you can. But if you think you can't, then you are right. Nobody else can change your mind and your stature. It's you who has to do that. With this, I would like to thank you. Thank you, Rohan sir. It was great. I have learned a lot from sir. I have learned when we had an interaction. Thank you so much. You are a great teacher, and I am sure all of us who are attending here are a great teacher and great human being. Thank you so much. I would like to conclude my session here. If anything you want to ask, you can ask me. Sorry for not having PPT, because I believe in having a free flow rather than a structured flow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are really benefited from your valuable thought suggestions. So, sir, I am seeing one question in the chat box. Sir, how to eliminate deadlock between academia and industry? Only institute remember at the time of summer training or placement. Why industrial faculty not becoming norms to bridge eligibility and employment gap?
Okay, let me tell you very frankly. Academy, industry, and otherwise, see, I'll tell you, I look at it in this manner. There are a lot of campus selections, there are a lot of other selections that there's a gap. Now, as I said, this gap can be filled in by different campus interviews, different campus tie-ups, signing MOU with some institutes, or otherwise, there are so many mechanisms. There are so many mechanisms. Like, for example, I'll tell you, a lot of industries come to our university, Goa University, they pick up these people. See, you are also, you cannot force any university to pick you up. So I would say you show yourself that yes, I am the right person for your industry. They will pick you up. See, industries are not biased. Let me tell you, Sometimes we see biasness in government selections or otherwise at the, but private industry, other industry, they are not biased. They want you based on your skills and talent, not otherwise. They will never take any recommendation. They will never have anything. So this bridges, no, I'll tell you how. Somebody saying something.
हमको लग रहा है तुम उस समय यार हमको 40 रहे थे.
May I request participants to please mute their mic?
हाँ.
So I would say with this question, I will just conclude. I would say these gaps can be, I will tell you how gaps can be. Engage industry when you are in graduation process. Don't wait when you are pass out. First year, second year, third year, let this industry know who you are. Right from the beginning, they should know, okay, I am doing masters of chemistry. Let the industry know who are the students, what they are doing, what projects they are taking up, what are their, this should not be after you pass out. Then this gap can be visits of industry to your institution while they are studying, you going to the industry when they are studying, so that industry knows, okay, there is a boy who is working in my line. Like I need some R&D, I need somebody in R&D, I need somebody in my management, I need somebody. So industry knows there is a boy or a girl, or there's a chunk of students in this university who are studying. I can pick them when they're passed out. So don't wait. This gap has to be pre-filled before you are passing out. This is what I would say.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable response. And really, we are very much benefited from your, you can say, thoughts, suggestions, and the really hurdles and the experiences you are having at this post today. So really, our salute to you, sir. And we are really very much inspired by your experiences, thoughts, and ideas, sir. And it has been really a fruitful session for all of us being here, sir.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank
I
you.
look ahead to meet you all in person sometimes when I am in UP or I am in Noida. I will surely like to visit your university and have one-to-one meetings sometimes.
Definitely, sir. We would very much be blessed to have a eminent personality like you in our campus.
I'll come as one of your family members of your institute and I'll have a deliberation.
You're
Thank you
most
so
welcome.
much.
We are really happy.
Yes.
We'll be happy.
Ron,
To
sir, thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. For I mean, from your busy schedule, you have given some time for our, program.
It's my
That's thank you, sir. Thank you. It was a
Thank you,
wonderful
thank you.
session, sir. As
Thank you,
always.
Sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we are going to start with the session third. So I hope our resource person for the session third has been joined. Our next resource person is Dr. Rishi Goyal, Director, State Institute of Advanced Studies in Teacher Education, Government of Haryana, Gurugram, Haryana. So we are just waiting for sir to join. So kindly wait for 5 minutes.
टू 2:30 को है ना, पूरा 15 मिनट
Dear participants, just have a patience for only few minutes. Sir will be joining us within a few minutes.
Meanwhile, our next speaker would join us with us. Let me answer a few queries that you have posted in the chat box. One query is related to the access of program schedule, timing, topic, resource person for the next 4 days. As we are sharing the poster on the daily basis with you, we will share it with you. And that poster must be having the details of the speakers, timings as well. We'll share the complete program schedule of 5 days with you today in the WhatsApp group so that you may access the required details, whatever you needed. I can see, I guess our next speaker has joined. So Shoma ma'am, can you please confirm?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Again, I welcome all the participants, faculty members, and academicians for the second half session of our first day of online workshop on enhancing employability among teacher educators, research scholars, and students. Today's speaker of our third session is Dr. Rishi Goyal, Director, State Institute of Advanced Studies in Teacher Education, Government of Haryana, Gurugram, Haryana. So now, I would like to brief about Sir's CV. Dr. Rishi Goyal is presently Director of State Institute of Advanced Studies in Teacher Education at Gurugram, Jhajjar and Kurukshetra. He also held an additional charge of Director of SCRT at Gurugram from August 2020 to February 2022. Having a doctorate in educational management and master's degree in management and English literature, he has worked in areas of school leadership and capacity building of school educators for 30 years. He was awarded by President of India as a best educator in 2013. He has traveled extensively and contributed in seminars and conferences of education. He has also been a member of governing body of National Council of Teacher Education and Northern Regional Committee of NCT. Government of India has also nominated him as a member of Program Advisory Committee of NCRT and Academic Advisory Committee of Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan. So with warm wishes, I'll welcome again Dr. Rishi Goyal sir to our online 5 days workshop. Now I would request Ms. Mahima to play a Tulsi sapling video as a gratitude from our side to sir.
IT team, kindly make Dr. Rishi Goyal sir as co-host. Sir, we are trying to unmute you.
Welcome again, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining today's first day of online faculty, that is a workshop. So now I would like you to please start with your presentation, sir. Over to you, sir.
Sir, you are not audible. Sir, your screen is visible. You are also visible, but you are not audible, sir. Mobin sir, kindly help, sir.
Sir, sir, if you have any other earphones, you can try because you're not audible. I can see your audio is connected, but we cannot hear you, sir. If you have any other earphones, so you can use it, sir.
Sir is joining again, dear participants, due to some technical error. So we have to have some patience.
Hello.
Sir, you are audible.
I'm audible, ma'am,
Yes,
now?
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir, you are audible.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
So, respected Professor Harish Kumarji, from whose signature I had got this invitation, and again, Madam Dr. Sushma Rani ji, who contacted me for this, and Dr. N. Rohan Mitai ji, who got the consent from me for this program, and all the distinguished participants, research scholars, etc., those who have joined this program. A very good afternoon to all of you. So,
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
This a workshop on enhancing employability, and with particular reference to National Education Policy 2020, I have to say a few things on this issue. So, dear participants, I see this whole issue of employability in the light of National Education Policy 2020 in two aspects. One thing is an all-pervasive concern which runs throughout the draft of National Education Policy, that whatever we have been doing at the school education, at the higher education, at our technical education, and our vocational education, what are those aspects which have been missing? And what are those areas of concern, gray areas, because of which employability part of our graduates that has been seen in the poor light? So connecting our courses with the demand of the industry, a real-time exposure of the students to the world of work, and starting this right from the beginning, right from the school stage. So it is for the first time that NEP talks about this vocational stream starting right from class 6th. So that has been a revolutionary recommendation in a sense. So this all-pervasive concern for vocationality, for employability, for skill sets, that runs throughout the draft of the National Education Policy. That is one thing. So we have to view this NEP in a one way. And second is something specialized. This program is being organized by this Institute of behavioral science and teacher educators and teacher education. So what is special for the prospective teachers in NEP that gives an assurance about the employability, or where they can find for better prospects for themselves as far as this NEP is concerned? I will concentrate myself in this second part. What are those specialized openings which NEP offers to the young graduates who are into teacher education courses, who have to be the prospective teachers, who are tomorrow's teachers? So what is the takeaway points for them as far as this NEP part is concerned? The first thing which I will like to draw attention for all the participants is this segment of ECCE, Early Child Care and Education. We very well know that this foundational part of study, or pre-primary classes, means which start from the age of 3 and goes up to the age of 6. So this segment, although this has been there into our system, but that has not been formalized. We might be knowing that there is a Department of Women Welfare and Child Welfare of Government of India, which runs this Anganwadis. And in Anganwadis, students of children of this age group, they are admitted. But major part of their activity, which is there into Anganwadi, that caters to their nourishment part, their health issues and all. So as far as this education part is concerned, that is not in the Anganwadis. Then there's a world of private schools, play schools, etc. The segment of the society which has a better socio-economic status, say they obviously send their students to the play schools and nursery schools and all. So that is there. But if we see the whole population of the country, so formalization of these years, early child care and education, this is a great meaning. It means thousands and thousands of job opportunities that will be created in this segment. If I read out to you this 1.7 in the policy draft, it clearly says that state government shall prepare cadres of professionally qualified educators for early childhood care and education. You might have noticed that so far, our initial teacher preparation programs, which are being run in various colleges of teacher education, in the university department, in DITES, in District Institute of Education and Training. So they are mostly either BEd programs or they are this diploma in education programs. As far as this early child care part is concerned, so in a big way, our institutions, they will have to come forward to prepare teachers for this segment, early child care and education. So this sector gives an assurance of the future employment. So those who are thinking to be in the teaching profession, they have to definitely take notice of this situation, that future jobs, they will be there in this ECC part, and those who start early, or obviously they will be benefited through this segment. Then I come to this school education segment of teacher education. Although there are some general recommendations, we all know that all diploma programs and short duration programs, they are going to be subsumed. And this 4-year integrated programs, that is going to be the new norm. And everybody who thinks of entering into the teaching profession will be required to have 4-year degree course. And then there are 4 stages of education. So in detail, discussion has been there. What are the special skill sets that will be required at every stage of education, be that the foundational stage, preparatory stage, and then middle stage, and this secondary stage. So in all stages, I am reading out to you something which is common to all stages and which is common to all levels of teaching. In all stages, experiential learning will be adopted, including hands-on learning, arts integrated education, and sports integrated education, storytelling based pedagogy, among others, as standard pedagogy within each subject. So you should very carefully give attention to these lines, verbatim what has been said in these lines. You see, whatever be the level of education and whatever be the subject that will be offered, by now you must be thinking about yourself as mathematics teacher, as social science teacher, as language teacher, or any other subject area teacher. But wherever you are, or whatever subject you will be teaching at whatever level, in all stages, experiential learning will be adopted, including hands-on learning, art integrated and sports integrated education, and storytelling based pedagogy, among others, as standard pedagogy. I have again read it out. You see, every subject has hundreds of pedagogical approaches internationally if we collect them. So that will run into hundreds, but which are going to be the standard pedagogies, that is art integrated education, sports integrated education, and storytelling based pedagogy. So every young graduate who wishes to be into the school education sector, he or she has to acquire mastery, has to acquire desired skill sets in art integrated education and sports integrated. I will not go into the details. So meaning thereby, those who have some artistic interest, those who have been good in sports or sports inclination, so they can very well think of going into the pedagogy part of their area of their interest. If art is their area of interest and sports is their area of interest, so what is the pedagogy part with respect to different subjects, that we have to consider, that we have to think of, and it is that area where we have to get mastery, because in tomorrow's school education, across the subjects and across the levels, these will be the standard pedagogies. So if we have to think of employability in terms of National Education Policy 2020, so then we have to take special notice of this area, which tells us which are the special sectors. So then I come to this another area, that is this multilingualism. We all know that all our rural schools, they are run into medium of instruction. There is either Hindi or the regional languages, local languages. Then all the city schools, urban cloud, and the metropolitan cultures, they have English medium schools. So there is a big gap between these, on the basis of these languages. So in the education policy, a very clear draft, a very clear roadmap has been given vis-a-vis the different languages which have to be taught into the schools. So issue is very deep, and we have to understand this into a larger context. NEP talks about 2-3 things. That mother tongue or home language, that should be a language of preference. Then all teaching learning content, be that textbooks or teaching learning materials, they should be made available in the regional and the local languages. And there should be an environment should be created inside the schools which promotes this home languages, regional languages, and the local context. So if I read out the lines of NEP, in 4.12, NEP says central and state governments to invest in large numbers of language teachers in all the regional languages around the country. So if we notice this, then I think we should capture this. We must be following any of the teacher education programs, teacher educator programs at bachelor level or at master level. But if we add our qualification, if we value add into our qualification basket, any diploma, any certificate course in any of the regional Indian languages or the regional languages, that will definitely make us more employable, because education policy very clearly states that in future all the central government as well as state governments will be mandated to invest heavily in appointing large numbers of language teachers in all regional languages. It is not like this that if we are in northern part of the country, then Hindi, Punjabi, and that will work. every state, be that in north, be that in south, east, and west, any part of the country, across the regions, these languages will be taught. You must be knowing that Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya was mandated, especially for this, that north and south, this disconnect, east and west disconnect, that will be bridged. In Haryana, in every Navodaya Vidyalaya, this Telugu is taught as a mandatory language. So similar experiments will require to be done if we have to address the spirit of NEP, that different regional languages, although this three language formula was conceptualized keeping in mind this spirit, but particularly here in northern part of the country, we did not implement this formula as per the spirit of the policy, because as a third language, we did not address the languages of the southern part of the country or the eastern or the western parts of the country. So that is why a great disconnect has been seen. So now, particularly in the northern states, what do I see? That the other regional languages, they will be greatly in demand, and teachers will be appointed. There will be focus. Yesterday only, the education minister has announced opening of the PM3 schools. And in PM3 schools, while outlining the USP of the PM3 schools, this availability of the teachers of regional languages, that has been specifically pointed out in this PM3 scheme. So that is one example. All government schemes, be that Kendriya Vidyalaya, Navodaya Vidyalaya, or Tibetan schools, or this PM3 schools, Arohi schools, whatever the school schemes are there. So what do I see? In a great numbers, at least in the central government, although policy expects the same thing, same kind of response from the state governments, but we can very well visualize that in the coming future, central government will appoint regional language teachers in a big way. So that is one area of employability where we can see scopes. Then the second part, all effort will be made in preparing high quality bilingual textbooks and teaching learning materials for science and mathematics. This again, needs to be given attention. This is our general perception, because the science and mathematics, particularly because all vocational courses, all professional courses, they are available through English only. So what is special in teaching those subjects either through Hindi or other regional languages? But NEP, if we see the draft, throughout, a great emphasis has been given on this bilingual approach by the teachers, and preparing bilingual textbooks. This bilingual text, when we say this bilingual textbooks, so sometimes we tend to think that this is something we are talking about Hindi or English, either Hindi to English or English to Hindi. That is not the scene. But if we see the draft of the policy, then all regional languages versus this Hindi, all regional languages then to this English. One is the language of the home language. Another is the medium of instruction. Even if there is already a medium of instruction, either Kannada, Telugu, or this Tamil, there also this thing will be required, where students may have something else as their home language, or somewhat a different variation of their home language. And then this is formal medium of instruction. So bilingual materials, bilingual textbooks, and this will be required. I can see this gives us not only a big opportunity in terms of getting jobs if we have our specialization in that area. Please, I want to appeal to the prospective teachers. Please don't think that creating textbooks or writing textbooks, it's jobs of the elders only. I think young people, or those who have the right kind of desired skills, they will be highly in demand in creating and writing these textbooks and teaching learning materials. Just imagine if every regional language, and with Hindi or with English, it has to be paired, and those bilingual texts are to be created. So huge number of people will be required. This again gives us a window where we can think of creating our own, this self-employment, etc. Today is the times are of we are technology driven. So using the technological advantage, this our young graduates, they can think of starting their self-employment, offering their services, or preparing their resume, their biodata, where they can showcase their skills if they are good at this, text writing and creating teaching learning materials. Obviously, the video materials and audio content, along with these textbooks, particularly in science and mathematics. So now, till now, you might have thought that if you have graduated in sciences, either in non-medical or medical, or you have graduated in mathematics, it's going to be enough. But tomorrow's scenario demands that having knowledge of science and mathematics will not be enough. You will be required to have a strong language background with you to be able to into the tomorrow's schooling system. Then one more thing I want to point out, and I want to read out it for you. It is 5.4 of NEP. For subject teachers, suitable teacher eligibility test or NTA test scores in the corresponding subjects will also be taken into account for recruitment. To gauge the passion and motivation for teaching, a classroom demonstration or interview will become an integral part of teacher hiring at schools and school complexes. These interviews would also be used to assess comfort and proficiency in teaching in the local language, so that every school complex has at least some teachers who can converse with the students in local languages and other prevalent home languages. You just see. By now, what we have seen in many of the state governments, this teacher selection recruitment criteria is either through their staff selection commissions or their appointment agencies, recruitment hiring agencies of the respective state governments. They most of the time recruit people through written test only. Hardly this interview part is there. Either it is missing because everybody says whenever interview part is there, so that is generally rigged. So because of the fear of rigging or malpractice, this interview part is simply done away with. That is the routine practice. But now what the education policy says, that any recruitment in the public sector, not only in the public sector, but into the private schools also, what will be required? You will be required to have a very good NTA test scores or TET, and then demonstration, your teacher to assess your teaching abilities, and interview. Through interview, two parts will be assessed. One will be your domain knowledge, what you have learned, and the second part, your comfort level in use of local language, regional language. By now, we have been into the practice of saying that I'm very good at English or I'm very good at Hindi. That is sufficient. Sometimes it is other way around also. If I'm very good at English, so sometimes I take pride in saying, oh, Hindi mein zara mujhe thoda Hindi mein mera haath tang hai. While saying this, I have been taking pride. So this is not going to work for tomorrow. If we talk about the spirit of the NEP, so having your comfort level English only, that will not work. Having your comfort level in Hindi only, that will not work. So you will be required to have your comfort level in more than one language, and specifically in regional language, if you have to be think yourself as employable or equipped with the right kind of skills as far as teaching this profession is concerned. Then next part, where we have to think of the employability part or the desired skills sets for the teacher education sector. This, across the chapter 4, chapter 5, and the consequent chapters of school education and then higher education also, this multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and curricular integration, that is greatly being talked, and that runs throughout the draft of the policy. If I just quote you 4.25, mathematics and computational thinking will be given increased emphasis throughout the school years. So I will not go into the details. What is the scenario of the mathematics teaching or mathematics phobia that runs into our schools? So the new kind of set skills, this computational thinking, machine learning, how coding has to be started right from the beginning. So this knowledge of IT, knowledge of computers, and knowledge of mathematics, they have to be combined together. They have to be considered in a new paradigm. So that we have to consider. So if you are aspiring of being an efficient mathematics teachers, so you have to think on the ways how this mathematics and computational thinking that can be that can be increased or that can be brought about into our system, bringing out into the system or implementing in the system. Obviously that requires our own personal skills. So we will have to scan our personal skills as a teacher. So then second, I read out the second line. Every student will take a fun course during grades 6 to 8 that gives a survey and hands-on experience of a sampling of important vocational crafts. So some kind of exposure into this vocational craft. So again, you forget one thing. So far, what has been into our practice, whatever new component we want to introduce into our system, so we have been thinking of specialized people for dealing those areas. Just see the example. You see, Haryana government made an announcement that yoga will be a compulsory subject into our schools. The next day, that what was the discussion that started? Who will teach yoga? So where from this yoga teachers will come, and how many thousands of posts will be required? What will be the budget of those posts for implementing this yoga? If we talk about this NEP talks about so many elements which will be integrated, which will be incorporated into the system. So it is not going to happen for every single segment, for every single component. Specialized teachers will be there. What is going to happen? Existing teachers or the teachers that will be recruited in future, they will be required to integrate the desired set skills which are required for the profession. That is one thing. Another important area where our existing graduates or the presently those who are into the system or would be teachers of tomorrow. So what they have to think as far as this NEP part is concerned, that is a knowledge of India. That is also an all pervasive area, which right from the school level education and up to this higher education and the research level education, this Indian knowledge system, including tribal knowledge, indigenous and traditional ways of learning, will be covered and included in mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, yoga, architecture, medicine, agriculture, engineering, linguistics, literature, sports, games, as well as in governance, polity, conservation. Specific courses, tribal, ethno-medicinal practices, forest management, crop irrigation, natural farming, etc., will be made available. So why I have read out these lines verbatim, just to bring your focus to one thing. Whatever subject area you might be thinking for yourself as your teaching subject, but what in that teaching subject is that gives a reflection of knowledge of India. What has been the contribution of Indian people historically, in that subject? That is an integral part, which you have to acquire. So right from the beginning, if you are going to be a physics teacher or a chemistry teacher or a botany teacher. So I'm sometimes surprised. Mr. Rohan is a man of botany. So I'm reminded of how many of us know that Parashar was a great saint who had this given this floral formula and floral diagrams, which we are this classification, lineage classification. The idea of classification, idea of this angiosperm families, our idea of this floral diagram and floral formula, which we read today in our at our BSc level. So thousands of years back, they were given by Rishi Parashar. So in every subject, these are the things simply our graduates, our postgraduates are not equipped with. But tomorrow, what NEP emphasizes that whatever be your subject, teaching subject, this knowledge of India or India's contribution, India's prospects, so that has to be kept in mind. Be that latest researches or the recent researches, the researches done in the last 100 years, or throughout the ages, age-old our practices, our systems. So we have to gain mastery on those systems. Then only in the future pedagogy or the future national curriculum framework, which will be out by the end of this year. So it will clearly state so what kind of teaching skills, what kind of acumen will be expected from different subject teachers. So this is again all pervasive area, this knowledge of India, which we have to keep in mind. You see, I had, while discussing this issue of regional languages and home language and bilingual textbooks, I had given you some idea, but NEP talks in detail the issue of textbooks. Right now, the textbooks, they are produced either by the state government agencies, NCRT and the SCRTs, and the textbook bureaus are there. But in most of the private schools and public schools, this private books are implemented, prescribed in a big way. Then there starts media conversation. This the private books, that is commercialization of education, very expensive and all. So every year in the month of April and May, this is a discussion of the vernacular media, the local newspapers, what is being this textbook part. But NEP gives a new insight. Wherever possible, school and teachers will also have choices in the textbooks they employ from among a set of textbooks that contain the requisite national and local material, so that they may teach in a manner that is best suited to their own pedagogical styles as well as to their students and communities' needs. So, this sentence or this particular recommendation 4.31, it has two parts. One is it is going to give a great autonomy to the teachers. Teachers will have a great say in the decision making. So far, what book will be taught, this is either decided at the state directorate level, or if you are into a private sector, your management decides, your principal decides which book will be prescribed in which subject. So now onwards, NEP says that teachers will also have choices in the textbooks, and from among a set of textbooks that are available. So parallel textbooks will be made available. If those parallel textbooks are to be made available, then you have to think, the prospective teachers, you have to think that this is again an area where we can showcase our abilities, we can find self-employment for ourselves, or we can project ourselves as, when this parallel textbooks will be there, and that too in bilingual mode and different languages. So a big market or a big business, that will start, and that will come up. So we have to see ourselves, where do we place ourselves in the future scenario, where a lot of textbook writing work has to be there. So our prospective teachers, they can start thinking about their respective abilities and their respective core interests, what they can contribute, and where they can find appropriate engagement or employment for themselves. So then again, you see, what do I see? This, although this textbook creation, textbook writing, this is an allied activity with the hardcore teaching. But what do I see in future? In education also, we will have two cadres. One, those who are strictly aligned to the teaching work only. And then we have the medical professionals and paramedical professionals. We have military people and we have the paramilitary forces. So in teaching also, some allied areas are there which are coming up in a big way. One area I just discussed, that is this area of content creation, area of textbooks, where the right kind of people with right skill sets will be required by the system. Another is this future assessments. Every one of us knows the way assessments are happening in our schools. We are not very happy with them. This CBSE recently, 4 or 5 years back, it had started this continuous and comprehensive evaluation (CC). So a big fanfare was there about this CC. But unfortunately, after experimenting for 5 years, 6, 7 years, it has to roll back, and that CC was withdrawn in a way. So again, we are talking that our evaluation system that should change. It should be 360-degree evaluation. It should be more informative kind of assessment. It should no more be a summative or just assessing learning outcomes only. So assessment for formative assessment, that should be there, and that should also in the 360-degree evaluation, where other than pen paper assessment tools, we use variety of tools. So that is there. Everybody of us who's into the literature of education, everybody knows that what is being recommended for last few years. How far we have gone, how far we have progressed, that is separate issue. But NEP proposes, NEP says two things, that there will be two bodies will be created. One will be this PARAK, Performance Assessment, Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development. The chief mandate of this organization will be how different boards of school education, including central boards. In central also, we have two boards, CBSE is there, ICSE is there, and then some 40, 50 school education boards are there. So out of these boards, what are their existing, assessment practices? If you go into the detail, this NCRT a few years back had come out with a document of examination reforms. So if you go through that document, examination reforms, so you will come to know that how poor practices are still being followed in some of the boards. So we need a sea change in those practices. This PARAK will be the organization which will take up that part. But how? Again, how do I associate this creation of the new organization with employability? What do I see? When we people did our B.Ed, so in those days we had some optional papers, and one of those optional papers was this evaluation and measurement. But for a few years, in the 4-year integrated, again there is a paper, but 2-year B.Ed program, for years this option was missing. And because of this area being missing, so those who came into the professor, those who joined teaching as a profession, they were simply blank about the nuances of this evaluation and measurement. So if we have to bring sea change and thorough change into the practice, again we will be required the personnel or the teaching fraternity or the experts, those who possess these skills. Then only, right now, what do we see at school? If school level assessment has to be strengthened, but again, the nuances of this assessment, creating good test items and conducting this appraisal of the question papers that are being administered in the schools. We are acutely short of the right kind of the people, those who have the desired skills, those who have the nuances, those who have the right kind of practice into the evaluation part of different subject areas. So in future, you may be a person of mathematics, you may be a person of physics. So you are very good physics teachers, that's one thing. But this is again going to be a distinct area where creating good test items in physics, multiple choice questions, creation of good multiple choice questions into your subject area, that will be that will be one of the areas where future employment will come up. So this area of assessment and revision. Similarly, this National Testing Agency, this is again going to be loaded with a big mandate. Right now, this joint this engineering entrance examination that was either being conducted by this IITs, and then different agencies, they conducted different kind of entrance examinations. But all those entrance examinations which are presently being conducted by various organizations, be that the state organization or the central organizations, so that is going to be taken up by the NTA only. So NTA in future will be a huge organization, and this huge organization will require thousands of people, those who are efficient, those who are proficient in this evaluation and measurement of different subjects. So here also you can see a scope for yourselves. You can think of doing some value addition course, some diploma, some certificate course along with your present degree, where this assessment and evaluation in your subject area, because in future we will have the requirement of people in a big way. Then another area where you can think of finding a suitable employment, that is the students that show particular strong interest and capacity in a given realm must be encouraged to pursue that beyond general school curriculum. Teacher education will include methods of recognition and fostering of such student talents. Obviously, every one of us, those who are into the those who are into the pipeline or in the lines of getting jobs, so they have to think that what is my intrinsic area of interest. So whatever be whatever is my intrinsic area of interest, be that I talked about the sports integration pedagogy, art integration pedagogy. So similar, the students, those who have special aptitude or special talents. So NEP talks about conducting summer programs, residential programs for them. NEP talks about special scholarships for such talented students. NEP talks about creating various subject circles for these students. NEP talks about conduction of various Olympiads at different levels. So if this has to happen, I can again see it in two ways. So this area will again open big prospects for self-employment, where we can open our company, where we can start our organization, and where the gifted students or the talented children, we can take up their requirement, we can cater to their needs, and we can manage the right kind of inputs for them. So that is again an area where our present graduates or postgraduates who are who will be the future educators, so they should definitely think of. Another area is this special education. Although we have been following you see two approaches. There was a time when we thought of this having special education programs in special places. That is why this was called as special education. And still, the nomenclature we are following as special educators and special education. But there has been a paradigm shift. And this paradigm shift is that normal classroom will be designed in such a way that that caters to the requirements of children with special needs. Be that physical infrastructure, be that educational infrastructure, be that our pedagogies, be that skill sets with the teachers, everywhere this normal classroom, normal teaching learning, normal timetable, that has been addressed as being catering to the needs of CWSNs, special children with special needs. So it has a great imperative for all of us. It means that every one of us have to have some idea About this special language, now this the hearing aid, the hearing aid disabled students, the Indian sign languages that will be standardized. NEP talks about NEP focuses a special, a special recommendation how this Indian sign language is going to be standardized. So there are many issues, be that visually impaired or hearing impaired students, whatever be the special needs. So you just select any of those special needs, and you must have some kind of insight. You must have some kind of skill with you to come up as a special educator. Then only we will be able to do justice with the future needs. Future needs of the school education sector. The policy also recognized the importance of creating enabling mechanisms for providing children with special needs or Divyang the same opportunities for obtaining quality education as any other child. So two levels will be there. This disability or the special need of normal level, and then there can be this special need of above normal level, abnormal level. So definitely that part will be addressed into the special places or the special schools. But a part of this, a general part of this, that is going to be addressed, because one thing is very important. Why this nomenclature Divyang was given, making them feel that they are the part of the same society. So all kind of mental discrimination which happened intentionally or unintentionally, that has to be done away with, and that can happen only when they are mainstreamed into the normal classrooms. So every teacher will be required to add to one's basket of skills this special education part. Another thing you see, this NEP is going to open for the education sector people. That area is school standards and accreditation. You see, the quality of education, this has been a misnomer from quite some time. Everybody of us is after seeking this quality of education. But what is quality? Everybody has our own has one's own perceptions. We define quality, we understand quality, we comprehend quality in our own ways. So there has to be some kind of standardization in understanding the quality of educational institutions. So this was being felt in a big way. It came into the college system, in the university system. This National Assessment and Accreditation Council was set up, and despite being into existence, this NAC, a very less percentage of the total institutions that has been covered by this NAC accreditation. And we are now thinking of starting this accreditation process into the school system. And school system, we have lakhs of schools in our country, and central government schools, state government schools, and all primary schools. So what NEP says that every state will create as a state school standards authority, and the state school standards authority SSSA will come out with the similar defined parameters which will be applicable on the government schools and the private schools equally. So all schools are to be assessed, all educational institutions are to be assessed. That is one thing. So if this exercise has to be conducted, I think if any of you might have come across the system, how this evaluation is conducted. Self-evaluation part is there, then peer assessment part is there. Visiting team comes to the institution and spends some time there. So this exercise takes 2-3 days. A team of 2-3 educationists or the academicians is required, and what should be the quality with those academicians? They should be skilled with this assessment tools, how those assessment tools has to be applied. So if this accreditation and assessment has to happen in every state through SSSA of all schools, be that private, be that government, it means we will require lakhs of school assessors tomorrow. So if we start earlier, if we think of this prospect and add into our basket of qualification, this an expertise, an exposure into the assessment kind of thing. You see, Quality Council of India, you can register yourself with Quality Council. You can get some kind of experience with them. They might offer you some some diploma, some certificate of having a background in assessment. So I'm sure that tomorrow this area will create a big prospect of employment, the school standards and accreditation. So our today's this teachers or teacher educators, or those who are into any of the teacher education, following any of the teacher education programs, they have to see where the future scope of employment lies. So that is one area. Then again, you see, I think I'm going to, I'm coming to conclude. This earlier I had said that one is hardcore. This being a teacher, that gives us a connotation whereby we are supposed to teach a given number of classes in a week, 30 periods, 20 periods, or 25 periods, whatever, in a given subject area. So that is one connotation of the job of teaching. But what do I see if I go through the document of the NEP, that there will be a huge, number of, people who will be required into this educational support system. You can call them, para education force. You can call them, like paramedical and paramilitary forces. So, but it is going to be there. There was a time when this educational infrastructure was considered to be a very simple kind of thing. You have a room of 20 by 30. You have some furniture to sit for the students. That's all. That was the only infrastructure. But today it is not the case. So a complete science has emerged, which we call sometimes educational ergonomics. So if you go into the ergonomics, it again, big connotations, be that furniture or the school building or the electric appliances that are kept in the school, then teaching learning tools, teaching aids, libraries, labs, and IT tools and computers. So everywhere you need the specialized people, those who will take right kind of decisions, those who will take, those who will advise the administrators of education, those who advise the stakeholders what kind of educational infrastructure has to be put in place. So it is emerging as a separate science, as a specialized area. So dear students, or dear scholars, what do I think? That this is again an emerging area where our people of education, they can think of specializing themselves, because tomorrow's this education sector is going to provide huge number of opportunities for these specialized people who are into education, who are specialized into education infrastructure. Then IT enabled, you see, NEP had to change its draft after this post-COVID scenario, because in 20 this March 20, the first encounter of COVID was there. And then finally, when this draft was released at the end of the July, if we see the earlier draft, so one paragraph was missing into the earlier report of 430 pages. But this final draft of 66 pages that was released in the end of the July, it had a separate paragraph of this blended teaching, IT-enabled teaching, how this data management has to be handled by the schools across the system, be that government schools, private schools. So everybody is getting oneself or one system ready for that. So, teachers, prospective teachers, those who are there placed in the education department of reputed universities like MIT, so they will be required to lead those pursuits. So if everywhere, every classroom, be that situated in the village, be that situated in the metropolitan city, if had to be IT enabled, if their teachers are to be equipped with the right kind of practices, if their data and their practices, their examinations, their office records, they have to be handled in a IT savvy manner. So huge, number of skill sets will be required and personnel will be required. So what do I think? This in para education sector, educational infrastructure, and particularly this IT part. So specialized people will be required. So we can think of future employability, in this area also. Again, if we talk about the document of this NEP, so what does NEP say? By far, you see, we saw education as a triangle process. A teacher is there at one corner of the triangle, and student is there on the another triangle, and there is a subject and curriculum and all, curriculum and subject matter that is at one end of the triangle. So that was considered to be a triangular process. But conceptualization has changed. There is a complete paradigm shift. Now the education, if we see the education sector, community is a great stakeholder. If we talk about the community, then their parents are there. Every government school was directed to create its school managing committee. Earlier, school managing committee used to be there in the private schools only, in the public schools only big schools. But now every government school is also supposed to create the SMC, not only to create, but to engage it, to involve it, to make it, the stakeholders. So then this is one part. And then this alumni network that has to be engaged with the school system. And what does the education policy talk about? The diets and bites, they will be required to offer special short-term courses for those people who are eminent local persons, who are expert in their craft, who are master instructors. So if somebody is rooted into one's profession, or if somebody is having a particular skill set, mastery in his or own area, so how that person is to be engaged with the school system? Principal has to lead that initiative. The school complex head of the cluster has to lead that initiative. So that will be led. But what will be the requirement? Requirement will be there that persons who have the right kind of public relation skills, that the communication skills, talking effectively, drafting effectively, connecting, with the people through social media, connecting with the people through conventional media. So whatever, this media skills are there, 21st century skills, if future school systems, they have to be vibrant and they have to, connect the community stakeholders in a way that has been prescribed by NEP. So we will be requiring special persons. So special persons, again, I say these special persons will not be in the form of special cadres, but those who are into the teaching. So as per our area of interest, we have to think if I can add into the basket of my qualification something into public relations or the media literacy or the media technology with me. So again, I will have an edge over others. I will be getting better opportunities. I will be getting better openings for me to stay relevant into the school system. One more thing, I think this is the one, two slides are there. This one more area. NEP talks about that the job of the teacher is such that when you enter into the profession, so it's not that your learning ceases. So that continues. So continuous professional development, that is the key to stay relevant. That is the key to be successful, to be called as a successful teacher. So every teacher will be expected to participate in at least 50 hours of CPD opportunities every year for their own professional development, driven by their own interests. So I want to tell you a very interesting thing about this. We have lakhs of schools in the country. As far I can see, almost 50% a division is there. 50% schools are into the government sector, and almost the similar number of same number of schools are there into the private sector. Private schools are there. If I talk about Haryana, in Haryana, although the number of in terms of number of schools, this government school system has some 14,000 schools, and this private schools, they have some 8-9,000. The private schools. But if we talk about in terms of number of students, so almost 55% students, they have already been gone to the private sector. Those who are enrolled into the private school system. If CPD is going to be the future requirement, what is the scenario today? This diets, bytes, SCRTs, NCRTs, they all cater to the requirements of professional development for government schools only. So if NEP talks about that every teacher has to have CPD, what about these 55% teachers, those who are into the private sectors? We don't have any structured program right now. We don't have any structured organization right now. We don't have any structured institution right now which can cater to these needs. So my dear, students or the scholars who are associated with this today's workshop, I want to say that a big market or big area, a big scope of work will again emerge, who will address this requirement of continuous professional development in respect of the teachers working into the private schools. So we will require those institutions, those organizations, those NGOs or the individual organization, private sector institutions, those who will fill this gap. So again, there is an area where you can gaze, where you can gauge, where you can scan your abilities, your interest, and where there is an ample scope of finding opportunity, finding employment, and So this is one area, continuous professional development. Again, a big vacuum is there. So who will come up to fill this vacuum? You have to think about. Then again, the school leadership is area, all pervasive area. Every teacher, everybody who comes into the profession of teaching has, a general aspiration to come into the school leadership. But you see the farce. Right now, we don't have any kind of degree or diploma which is compulsory for this school leadership, to be a school leader. I think some 15-20 years ago, some of the some of the reputed IIMs, they had come up with the programs of this school leadership and diploma or some degree in school management. Initially, they had started some 5 days, 6 days workshop, as you are conducting. You are conducting a 5 days workshop. So IIM had started with this 5 days workshop in school leadership and administration. Then this NUIPA came up. NUIPA started some programs. Then government system, they started some school leadership academies. But broadly, they were focusing and they were catering to the needs of the government school teachers. That is one thing, and they did not address the private school teachers. And moreover, they were never made as compulsory requirement for your promotion into the system as a school leader. What do I think for tomorrow's education scenario? If you have to become school principal, if you have to become a block resource person or the cluster resource person, or you have to come into the bytes and diets. So if you are aspiring to come into the leadership positions in the education system, so some kind of diploma, degree, or the certificate program will definitely be required. So what is the imperative for this? Imperative is that whatever we are doing with our normal degree, so if our interest is there, And if we can start early, if we can think of acquiring some kind of certificate or diploma, so definitely that will add our employability prospects for the future. So this school complexes and clusters, you may think of what it has to do with the employability part. You know, government schools, what is being said, that there are some very small schools which are not simply viable. Either, desired number of students are not there. If somehow enrollment is comes at the desired number, then teachers are not deployed there. If somehow teachers are deployed, but not in every subject, not in particularly in specialized area like music, like physical education, like this computers, like counselors, which are some specialized area. We can never think of having a teacher in every school in the specialized area. So what NEP talks about, this cluster, the future teachers will be hired by these clusters, and they will be shared with the different schools. Sometimes it is seen a physical education teacher is appointed. So uh, instead of having a full workload of physical education or the arts, he is sometimes given some stray areas just to say that his workload has been completed. So this scenario, simply wastes a number of resources. So in future, the school complexes and school clusters will come up, and the specialized areas. I sometimes hear about the complaint that in some specialized areas, government has not done this recruitment for years together. So why those recruitments were not done? So one reason I have just pointed out: when these appointments, these placements or deployments will be at the cluster level, and their uses and their utilization will be ensured by placing them across the schools in the clusters. So definitely we will have more openings, particularly in those areas which every single school cannot have. I'm not talking about the big schools or the big public schools having students enrollment in thousands. That is separate issue. But at the grassroots level, if we have smaller schools, so those students also should be benefited by the presence of a sports teacher, of a arts teacher, of a craft teacher, or a psychological counselor, or a vocational teacher. So if this has to be ensured, these clusters and complexes will come in a big way, and they will solve our problems. So our prospective teachers, they can think about this. And if we are in any of these areas, these enlisted areas which I just talked about, so they can better hope for future placements in the future. So these were some of the areas which NEP has outlined, and which present before us an arena where we can find the future employments, where we can find future jobs, not only jobs, but self-employment perspectives also. So all of you, you cooperated me in the presentation of this talk. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You have discussed lots of things about national education policy, employment, everything you have covered in this presentation, I think. Sir, you have talked very elaboratory para-education infrastructure, smart schools, continuous professional development, everything you were discussing in a very ethical manner, in a very constructive way. So one question, thank you, sir. So one question I am getting from the participants, that there is a high demand of candidates knowing English for recruitment in a job. So parents are very much interested to send their children in the English medium schools. But today we are talking about NEP, and multilingualism is a very much important over there. So how can we relate multilingualism and only just English criteria in the schools?
Having a good command over English or knowing English in a effective manner, that in no way hinders. This is something additional skill sets. that is required. So along with having our command on this English, we can have command on another one more language, be that Hindi, be that regional language. That is the only thing. So just English will not may not probably work in tomorrow's scenario. So having some expertise in any of the regional languages, so that will become important. It doesn't mean that your gaining expertise in English will go waste. That will still stay relevant. That will be still important. That will be sought after.
Yes, sir. Right, sir. So one more question I'm having, that is that continuous professional development of 50 hours is good for the government sector, like government teachers and employees. But when we are talking about the private colleges, where the in fact student teachers ratio is not taken into consideration, so how we can talk about the like CPD of 50 hours for private teachers, sir? So we have to work for them.
I couldn't get your question. A teacher student ratio and CPD, how they are connected? How do you see that as connected?
So because in the private and government, the student teachers, that is the, you can say, so like the strength of the students is different as compared to the private sector. So even in fact, teachers are also in the private sectors, they are leaving the schools, colleges. Like last year we have a COVID, so due to COVID we have to left our various jobs, and like this salaries were not on time. So in fact health issues were also there. So in that scenario, so what can be done for those people?
You see, when we talk about CPD, probably you are pointing out to a situation where teachers will not be getting the time where from this 50 hours will come if they are into classroom, if already they have been given workload to teach. So where from these 50 hours of CPD will come? You are talking about this.
Yes, Dr. Jyotsna has posted this question.
So this 50 hours, madam, they are supposed to be in the either on the weekends or the after school hours, or into the summer vacation or in the vacation period. So this CPD programs, they have been generally conceptualized in beyond normal school hours and the school timings, where we don't have any classes. Our classes don't suffer. So then I don't see there's any conflict with the teacher-student ratio, which you have pointed out.
Okay, sir, right. And so one more thing I want to discuss here, that about the CBCS, that is system of examination. Sir, will it be there for the private colleges also, or just
Yeah. NEP doesn't make any distinction whatsoever into the private and the government school education, or school, or the college education system. So every single institution has to be assessed on the similar parameters which will be defined.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So you have explained all the answers in a very effective manner. So on behalf of Amity Institute of Behavior and Allied Sciences, Amity University and entire management group, I am very much heartily gratitude to Dr. Rishi Goel sir for sharing his graceful words with us in today's session of the workshop, sir. So
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
so
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So now it's a time for a short break of, you can say, we will meet around 4 p.m. And with our next eminent resource personality, Dr. Manish Jain, Creative Learning Center, IIT Gandhinagar, Gujarat. And one more thing I would like to say, that we will be sharing.
Video post kar diya hai.
Sorry. And one more thing, participants, that we will be sharing the feedback form and the quiz after the next session. So kindly resume after, you can say, at 4 p.m. exact at 4 p.m. So don't miss your feedback and quiz session at the last of this coming session. So we will have a break till 4 p.m. Thank you so much.
ID sir Mobin sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, please make Mitai sir as co-host.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Rohan Mitai.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Hello, we need to start.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon, sir. I am the friend of Dr. Lokendra Oza.
Yeah,
I am
yeah.
the person who was trying to contact you, sir.
Sure. Thanks.
And I have been a great fan of Arvindo Gupta. That's why I try to follow, discuss with my friend Kalpana Maski. Madam was also my colleague. I was in the RI Bhopal that time. Then they recommended me about you, and that's how, sir, I came to you. Thank you for agreeing our invitation. Let us start. So I hand over the mic to Dr. Susma, madam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rohin sir. Now, welcome again for this last session of the first day of online workshop on enhancing employability among teacher educators, research scholars, and students. Today's eminent speaker for the fourth session is Dr. Manish Jain, Creative Learning Center, IIT Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Dr. Manish Jain sir is an associate teaching professor as well as a principal coordinator of the Center of Creative Learning at IIT Gandhinagar. Sir has spent most of his time investigating the science behind simple toys and is passionate about sharing his insights and excitement with people. Before founding CCL, Manish sir has spent 19 years in the area of chip design at Synopsys, serving as a director of R&D and a scientist leading the low power simulation efforts for which he has 5 US patents. Dr. Manish sir also worked at IUCAA's Science Center in Pune with Padma Shri Arvind Gupta. Sir holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur and completed a few courses at Stanford University. So we really welcome sir on behalf of our AIBS team. And now I would request Ms. Mahima to please play Tulsi sapling video as a gratitude for sir. Over to you, Mahima. Now I request Dr. Manish sir to please start his session on the topic STEM and innovation and basis for millennium employability. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, sir. Sir, आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
So I would दो तीन I don't know मैं आपने thank you so much by the way for inviting me and giving me time. Earlier I had a workshop with there are about 50 teachers from across the country who've come today, tomorrow, and day after. So I was just busy. I have to leave at 5. But it is a pleasure. Thank you so much for calling me. And you know, I'll start with this. By the way, it'll be nice if people can switch on their videos. अक्सर क्या होता है ऑनलाइन वर्कशॉप में यही हो जाता है, वो सब लोग शॉपिंग करने चले जाते हैं और फोन को तकिए के नीचे डाल के चले जाते हैं. So I don't know how many of you are doing that. But if you're not shopping, it will be nice to talk to human beings and not these blank icons with lots of doctors and names. So my request, you know, we can have this as a you know interactive session virtually जितना भी possible है. My request, अभी तक मेरी request एक ही जने ने सुनी है. But if the others can, if they are still there and if they are not in places where cameras can be switched on. Please do switch on your cameras. It will be nice to see the faces behind.
Of course, I can only request. इसीलिए so and I see 50 participants, which is great. Thank you so much for everybody, for the 5 people, actually 4 people who have switched on their videos and who have joined. The others, of course, are wherever they are. You know, when I got this call कि आप वहाँ पर आकर थोड़ी सी बात बताइए, whatever, and they said the topic is STEM and how to make employability and a lot of very interesting things, and this is the topic and you should speak on that topic and so on and so forth. I said, yeah, everything great, I will do. Yes, very good. Please tell me the topic. And that reminding me of a very interesting story. You see, I did my graduation from undergraduation from IIT Kanpur. And at that time, IIT Kanpur was considered one of the most, still probably is, one of the most, best places to study engineering. और वहाँ पर the founding director was Professor Kelkar. And हाँ चलिए 2 कैमरे और ऑन हो गए and 3 हो गए. So it turns out that we did a series on Professor Kelkar, which was called, of course, the Kelkar series, where you invite luminaries from across the world, across India, who've done amazing work in various areas, and we would call it Kelkar series. So in that series, they invited Nani Palkiwala, very eminent jurist, India's most eminent jurist. And they said, sir, can you please come and give a talk at this Kelkar series? And I said, of course, Nani Palkiwala said, yes, of course, I'll be very happy. I will come, this, that, or whatever. Of course, those times were not for, those were not online times. So you will have to fly to Kanpur to give a talk. So he said, agreed. And then later the organizer said, sir, वो आपका ना जो topic है वो STEM है और उसके आपके ऊपर ये 5 चीजें हैं तो आपको उसके ऊपर बोलना है and this and that or whatever. He said, yes, very good. Thank you. I will do that. And in the end, he says, आप मुझे topic कोई भी बता दो और कुछ भी topic रख दो, लेकिन मैं तो वही बोलूंगा जो मुझे आता है. So I'm sorry if I disappoint you, but I'm going to speak only what I know. And you could have given me whatever topic you wanted, और उसका नतीजा यही होता. I hope I can, justify your, the 8 people who have joined their justification of their time that they will be, forced to. Oftentimes ऐसे क्या होता है ना, वो principal के डंडे आ जाते हैं. You have to join, otherwise it doesn't look nice. Nobody is joining from MET. 50 लोगों को डंडे मार कर यहाँ भेज दिया. अब क्या करें वो बेचारे, फंस तो गए, अब भाग भी नहीं सकते, तो of course video off कर दिया. I mean, there are too many, these meetings going on, what to do. But I will, for those who have joined, I will give you 2 very interesting and, maybe this is worth your time. आप कहोगे यार कम से कम आए एक नई तरकीब पता चल गई. 2 tricks how to get yourself saved from these boring workshops if you have to go them, attend them live because your HOD has said कि जाना पड़ेगा नहीं तो नौकरी खतरे में है. ऐसा अगर किसी ने कहा तो आपके लिए 2 बढ़िया चीजें हैं, मैं नुस्खे आपको बता रहा हूँ. आप बोलोगे यार पता नहीं किसके लिए बुलाया था और क्या बोल रहे हैं, but I think this will save your life or save your time. Always carry, and this happened with me. You see, when we do work, and I'll introduce myself in just, well, they did a very large introduction. I'm just a toy maker, a simple professor at IIT Gandhinagar, and the goal of our lab is to make learning more engaging and inspiring. ऐसा हो कि आपको लगे कि यार हाँ आज मैंने 45 मिनट यहाँ जो लगाए ना उसमें से कुछ आया, कुछ मजा आया. अपनी जिंदगी के आधे घंटे रिवाइंड, 15 मिनट रिवाइंड करके देखो क्यों आए थे यहाँ पर. फिर से बोर होंगे, इसीलिए आधों ने वीडियो नहीं ऑन करा, है ना. फिर से बोर होंगे. आप ऐसी कल्पना करो कि आपके पास जो 45 मिनट हैं, when you go in front of your students and teachers, they should be able to feel, yaar, this is the, I didn't waste my time. I come here and the purpose is I learned something. Even if I learned this, this simple way of saving myself for boring workshops, so be it. Something that is, something that was, engaging and inspiring for me. So this is something that we try to do. I'll just introduce my lab in a minute, but to come back. So these teachers often, teachers from all across the country, they would come and then it's like a काले पानी की सजा होगी, right? अब किसी ने बोल दिया आपको 12 दिन के लिए आपको आईटी में जाना है और बुड्ढे लोग आके आपके यहाँ पर वो ज्ञान बांटेंगे, तो आपको वैसी सारी ऊर्जा खत्म होगी. ऊपर से इतनी गर्मी है अहमदाबाद में, it is just so hot. They are so disappointed. So when they come, they have, I saw this this teacher. She was carrying a big water bottle with her, इतनी बड़ी. कोई बात नहीं, and she of course thinks यार ये टी-शर्ट में आ गया, ये क्या बताएंगे, हम तो 25 साल से काम कर रहे हैं. So anyways, I asked her, ma'am, why are you carrying this large water bottle? He said, who are you? I said, no, I'm just going to, be facilitator for this workshop for 12 days. So she was shocked. 12 दिन तक इसके साथ खपना पड़ेगा. So she said, I said, no, madam, no big deal. But आप ये बताओ इतनी बड़ी water bottle क्यों ना, आप छोटी सी ला सकते हैं. नहीं, sir, no big deal. No, it's just. I stuck on my stand and I kept on asking, and she said, this is my savior from boring workshops. You see, if I carry a large water bottle, then to fill the water bottle, I have to go out. And so I have to, get one good chance to walk out of the workshop. I say, sir, पानी पीने जाना है, please. आप जाओ, बड़ी बोतल है, time लगेगा भरने में. And then if I drink so much water, I have to take water break, loo. So that is another big reason. And I don't offend the speaker, and I can save myself from all the boring PPTs. So I don't know if so I learned that lesson from her. And this actually happened. I'm not making this up. This is the true story told me by a teacher. उन्होंने कहा कि यार ये बढ़िया है. तो आपको बाकी मुझे पता नहीं कितना अच्छा लगे या ना अच्छा लगे. होपफुली आपको ये नुस्खा पता चल गया कि आपको आगे से हमेशा पानी की बोतल साथ में रखिए. ये आपके लिए एकदम रामबाण है, आपको बचाएगी पकाने वाले लोगों से. So thank you so much for inviting me. I hope I can do justice for you for the time that you're going to spend here, the 8 of you. It's a pleasure, and thanks for the invite. My name is Manish Jain. Let me just take a minute to show this is, let's close kar dein. This is the lab in IIT Gandhinagar that we have, and the goal of this lab, this is what IIT Gandhinagar looks like. Let's see if the pen works. It does. Okay. So ये pen का रंग अगर बदल सकते हैं. हाँ. This is Sabarmati. This is IIT Gandhinagar, and this is where our lab is. It's called Center for Creative Learning. ये साबरमती है, ये IIT है, और यहाँ पर हमारी पार्टी चल रही है. And the goal of what we do in our lab is to bring back that gleam in the eyes of our children. That is the only one and the only goal. You see, I think, I don't know, आप में से कितने लोगों ने खिचड़ी खाई है? The other rule for this 8 people who are here with their videos on, the first rule of, I have about 30 minutes. I have to leave by 4:45, and I'll probably leave 5 minutes for Q&A. But for those who are here, सबसे एक ही नियम है, और नियम है कि सभी लोग भाग लेंगे. दरवाजा बंद है, वैसे वाला भाग नहीं लेंगे. You will all participate. That is what this thing. So, how many of you have had khichdi in your life? कितने लोगों ने खिचड़ी खाई? शाइनी वशिष्ठ, Natasha Goyal and Chandni Sharma, I think उनके हाथ नहीं उठे, शायद खिचड़ी नहीं खाई. But if you have not, let me define खिचड़ी for you. Okay, it's boiled rice and boiled vegetable. उबली हुई दाल और उबले हुए चावल, नमक नहीं है, ये वाली खिचड़ी है. और ये आपकी 5 दिन की वर्कशॉप है. हमने आपके ऑर्गेनाइजर से ऑलरेडी बात कर लिया है. आप सभी को 3 दिन तक अगले दिन ये खिचड़ी खानी है. अगले दिन का ब्रेकफास्ट खिचड़ी, लंच खिचड़ी, डिनर खिचड़ी, दूसरे दिन फिर से ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच. पूछो चाय कुछ नहीं मिले, no chai, and try to feel what is going on. This is boiled rice and boiled सब दाल और उबली हुई चावल, और उसमें नमक भी नहीं है, ऊपर मसाला वसाला कुछ नहीं है. तीसरे दिन फिर से try to feel what is going on with you. Boiled rice, सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट खिचड़ी, लंच खिचड़ी और डिनर खिचड़ी. चौथे दिन अगर आपके सामने खिचड़ी आ भी गई, खानी नहीं है, सामने रख भी दी, तो सोचिए क्या होगा. जो कुछ भी अंदर है वो सारा बाहर आएगा. And this is exactly, and I'm telling you the story, maybe you should try this experiment. I feel this is exactly what we are doing to our children in our schools or even in colleges. Pathakram, and we justify that khichdi by saying, oh, ये तो curriculum की खिचड़ी है, खाओ बेटा खाओ. We justify that. And imagine if you just keep doing this khichdi of curriculum, what is going on? What is going to that sharir? खाने का बिल्कुल मन नहीं करता. आपको मैं, the best thing about IIT Kanpur, there are many best things, and I had the opportunity to study there. As an 18-year-old, when I went there, the best thing, guess the best thing about IIT Kanpur, it was not the studies, it was not the curriculum, it was not the hostel or the fees, right? 200 रुपए fees है साल की, right? कोई कुछ मतलब नहीं है. The best thing was there was no attendance. In IIT Kanpur in 1989, when I went there was no attendance. है. मन करे तो आओ, मन करे तो नहीं आओ. हमारे जैसे नहीं जाते थे, मतलब आधे में जाते थे, आधे में नहीं जाते थे. But you see, that is the challenge. The reason I'm bringing this up, हम लोग पाठ्यक्रम की डंडा मार के, छड़ी लेकर, अटेंडेंस के जबरदस्ती करा के बच्चों का दम घोटते हैं क्लासों में बुला के. I'm sorry, the organizer of course will not call me the next time. I'm a little bit more but you see, I feel this is what was happening to me, right? हम अगर सच में अपनी कोई बात बताना चाहते हैं, दिस इज द एसिड टेस्ट फॉर अस, लिस्टनर्स टेस्ट। कर आप हटा दो अपनी अटेंडेंस, तब देखते हैं कितने लोग आते हैं। I think that is what I'm talking about. And this is something we realized by doing this program called 30-30 STEM. I will just show you. And I'll also tell you why I started doing whatever I'm doing. I was doing chip design in the US. Stanford में पढ़ाई चल रही थी, चिप डिजाइन करो, वो वाली चिप्स नहीं जो आपके खाते हो, वो वाली नहीं, वो जो कंप्यूटर में लगती हैं, वो वाली। 2005 में स्नैपड्रैगन बन रही थी। You know, it takes about 5 years for the chip to come out. 2005 it was being designed in San Diego in Qualcomm, and we used to visit there and, you know, suggest them ऐसे ये करो, and things were happening. And then came this test called the PISA test. I don't know how many of you know about it. You know, in 2009 this test what happened, India took part, Himachal Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, most literate states of India, we took the test. When the results came out, we were 73 out of 73 countries. सभी तरह के स्कूल के बच्चे थे, प्राइवेट स्कूल, पब्लिक स्कूल, प्राइवेट स्कूल, म्युनिसिपल स्कूल, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, ऐसा नहीं है, और सबसे पढ़े लिखे राज्य थे, क्योंकि वहां पे परिभाषाएं नहीं पूछी। We did not ask the definition of mean and median and mode. We just said, tell me where will you use median in your life and it match. By the way, this is something we do to our faculty who join here. Maybe I'm just speaking it out publicly. आप हमारे अगर फैकल्टी के लिए अप्लाई करोगे तो सबसे पहले हम यही पूछेंगे, आपकी लाइफ में where do you use median? Give me an example of where we use median. We all know what it means, right? The 50th percentile, you know, on this and that. But you know, for me, average और median, you know, interchangeable है. जिंदगी में क्यों जरूरत पड़ती है इस चीज की? Why should I care about the median? What does it make sense for me? Because, and this is something that I realize, it's like saying your head is at 96 degrees. Your foot is at 102 degrees or 104. 94 और 102 मान लो, 94 पे है हेड और 102 पे है पैर, या और बढ़ा दो, you know, 106 and 92. Head is at 92 and your feet it has 106, right? Your average temperature seems to be very good. 98 बढ़िया एकदम, मर गया इंसान. Your patient is dead. Your average is बिल्कुल पक्का 98. It doesn't give you any information. You know, there are times when average gives you information. There are times when median gives you information. Are we clear about what does it really mean in our life? And we did that, and we were 73 out of 73 countries. The worst thing was that out, you know, they did this called the क्या बोलते हैं उसको, the number of children. 80% of our children were competency level 0 and competency level 1. And competency level 0 and 1 means that they got nothing in those 19,200 hours of khichdi. You know how? 8 hours a day, 200 days, 12 years in a row. इतनी गणित तो हमने तीसरे में पढ़ी थी, तीनों को गुणा कर लो, 19,200 घंटे की खिचड़ी है जो हम जस्टिफाई करके खिलाते हैं. और बच्चे तो बढ़िया हैं, 12 साल में खा के पक के निकल जाते हैं. हमारे जैसे बुढ़े बुढ़े टीचर मरते दम तक यही खिचड़ी खिलाते हैं. I think it is there to save us more than the children. बच्चे तो निपट जाएंगे, हमारा क्या होगा, हम तो ये खिचड़ी खिला रह जाते. I think that is what we are trying to sort of, I'm giving you this large story to convince, right, that there is something more than utilitarian. There is something more than getting a job. And I just last 2-3 days I've been rereading this book called The Mathematician's Lament by Paul Lockhart. 2009 में इसने 25 पेज का एक ये किताब लिखी थी. मुझे लगता है कि गीता या कुरान, ये जो भी है, मतलब शिक्षक की गीता, या मतलब the best book that I have written on education. It's a little radical, but I think the time is right. आप पढ़िए जरूर. एक एक शब्द जो उसने, एक एक लाइन लिखी है, अपनी पीड़ा से लिखी है. उसकी पीड़ा झलकती है कि हम अपने बच्चों के साथ शिक्षा और पाठ्यक्रम के नाम से क्या अन्याय करते हैं. जो पाठ्यक्रम की सबसे रुचिकर चीजें हैं, सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें हैं, वो कभी नहीं क्लास में आती. The most interesting things, we either are not there, or we are, you know, not even aware, or we don't do it, or we don't have time, and there are multiple reasons. But in the end, what happens is, in the name of justifying our education for employability or whatever, we will not do things. That's the most beautiful thing. कुछ लोग कहते हैं, I am not built for mathematics, or I am not built for science, or science has never inspired me. No, it was taught to you by the wrong person, in my opinion. और इट वाज टॉट बाय अ पर्सन हु वाज नेवर इन लव. कितने लोगों की यहाँ लव पर लव आते हैं. हम पूछते हैं सबसे पहले, आपकी क्या लव मैरिज हुई है, अरेंज मैरिज हुई है? तो किसी की मैरिज के बारे में पूछो ना, तो सबसे पहले दूसरों की तरफ देखते हैं. ओ, अपनी मैरिज इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं होती, हमेशा दूसरे की इंटरेस्टिंग होती है. So, oh, क्या कितने लोगों की लव मैरिज, चलो देखो देखो देखो. And I'm not talking about your, arranged marriage कितने हुए. I'm not talking about the marriage or, your marriage in whatever. I'm talking about your marriage to the profession. And if I were to say that this is the most interesting thing that we should look at educators. अगर हमारी, and you read the last page of that book, right, 25 page, आपको इंटरनेट पे मिल जाएगी, but that lecture, that 25 page lecture is actually on archives या कहीं पर आपको बड़े आराम से मिलेगा. पॉल लॉकहार्ट वो यही कहता है यार, अगर आपको जज्बा नहीं है ना तो छोड़ दो ये काम. मतलब which is why I was giving you this example, right, this love story, love marriage versus arranged marriage. मतलब आज की जमाने में तो हमारे जैसे टीचर वही बनते हैं जिनका कहीं शादी नहीं हुई तो ये टीचर बन जाओ यार. 10 जगह ट्राई करा, हर जगह से धक्के मार दिए, लात खाली तो टीचर बन जाते हैं आप. And I'm not saying this for you people who are attending, but largely that is the set. Imagine the case where, it's the most prized marriage. हर जगह, it's like तब मजा है. And that I think will come out when we realize, of course, in my opinion, आप बोलोगे बहुत ज्ञान बांट रहे हैं, but this is the last ज्ञान I will. I am not trying to give you. इसलिए मैं शुरू में ये भी कह रहा था यार, पता नहीं कितने लोगों को हिंदी समझ में आती है. मैं काफी सारी चीजें हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ, आपने सोचा अंग्रेजी में बोलेंगे, हिंदी. अगर आप कितने लोगों को भी हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती है, ऐसे पूछे तो कुछ लोग हाथ खड़ा कर देते हैं, तो बोलते हैं यार सब सवाल कैसे समझ में आ गया, है ना. तो दैट्स अ ट्रिक क्वेश्चन दैट फॉर यू. बट यू सी, यहाँ पर ना मैं आपको, मे बी यू वर एक्सपेक्टिंग अ ट्रेनिंग दिस दैट और व्हाटएवर, आई डोंट नो व्हाट यू वर एक्सपेक्टिंग. आपने तो हमें बता दिया था आपको स्टेम के बारे में बात करनी है. मैंने तो कहा यार हम तो वही करेंगे जो हमें आता है. बट यू सी, कभी भी आपको आपके मन की बात करनी हो, दिल की बात करनी हो, तो आपको आपकी मातृभाषा में ही होगी. इमेजिन यू आर रियली मैड एट योर एचओडी बिकॉज आपने कहाँ फंसा दिया यहाँ 45 मिनट के लिए, 5 दिन के लिए, वो आपको गाली देनी है, तो आप हिंदी में दोगे ना तब कुछ भाई, आप वो भी वट एवर इज योर लैंग्वेज. इफ यू डू इट इन इंग्लिश और वट एवर, इट्स अ फॉरेन लैंग्वेज फॉर अस, कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ यार, मजा ही नहीं आया, कुछ भड़ास ही नहीं निकली. नॉट दैट वी आर गोइंग टू डू दैट हियर, बट आई एम सेइंग, इसीलिए मैं आपकी माफी चाह रहा हूँ कि मैं जब बात कर रहा हूँ मैं कुछ ज्ञान नहीं बांटने आया. आई एम जस्ट स्पीकिंग माई एक्सपीरियंसेस और वट एवर. एंड समटाइम्स वो करते करते मन की बात निकलती है ना, तो वो हिंदी में ही आती है. सो इफ यू फील दैट यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड, अगर क्लिष्ट हिंदी में बातें हो रही है तो आप प्लीज अनम्यूट योर माइक इफ यू कैन, or switch on your videos. I'd be very happy to translate. I can speak 2 languages and hopefully do a good job in English also. So anyways, मैं पता नहीं कहाँ पे था, बुढ़ापे के साथ ये भी प्रॉब्लम है, भूल जाते हैं कहाँ पर थे, and बहुत सारी lots of thoughts running in my mind. Maybe somebody can remind me where was my train. Literally
करिकुलम की खिचड़ी पर,
करिकुलम की खिचड़ी करा रहे थे. चलिए जी, आपको करिकुलम. No, I was saying about talking to you about this PISA test, right? And 80% of our children, right, were competency level 0 and 1. And when I read that in 2012, I said, इतना बुरा हाल नहीं है यार. Something must be really wrong that our children are last in all the countries. It's because we are focusing too much on the curriculum and we are not even having fun. यार मजा ही आ जाता, मजा भी नहीं आ रहा, सीख भी नहीं रहे, तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ है. And if we keep doing the same stuff, we cannot expect any different results. तो कुछ तो अलग भी करना पड़ेगा. वही चीज आप करते रहो और यू एक्सपेक्ट डिफरेंट रिजल्ट, इट डजंट वर्क लाइक दैट. वही सारा सामान डाला तो वही तो खिचड़ी बनेगी. अब उसी खिचड़ी में मान लो थोड़ा सा ढोकला, खाकरा, जलेबी, मसाला, आलू के पापड़ और व्हाटएवर एल्स दैट यू ईट, नाउ आपको खाने का मन करेगा. दैट सेम करिकुलम बिकम्स एपेटाइजिंग बिकॉज यू आर टेलिंग देम अ स्टोरी, यू आर टेलिंग देम समथिंग दैट दे कैन रिलेट इन देयर लाइफ. इसलिए इन कहानियों की बहुत जरूरत है जिसको हम नजरअंदाज कर देते हैं. देखो दुनिया में 2 ही तरीके के लोग होते हैं, या 2 ही तरीके के लोग होते हैं, एक स्लीपर क्लास, एक एसी क्लास. मुझे नहीं मालूम आप कौन से हैं, बट अगर आप स्लीपर क्लास वाले हो ना तो आपकी लाइफ में कोई सफरिंग ही नहीं है. आप सफर करोगे ना स्लीपर में तो आप जाके बैठोगे तो बगल वाला सारी कहानियां सुनानी चालू कर देगा, कितनी वाइफ है, कितने बच्चे हैं, देयर इज नो प्राइवेसी. और 2 मिनट में ये भी बोल देगा सर आपके यहाँ कोई नौकरी हो तो मेरे भतीजे के लिए लगवा दो. It's that like 2 minutes we have had this conversation, right? Because everybody is a sucker for stories and everybody wants to hear stories so long as there are personal stories. Everybody. And I think we forget this in education. और यही काम आप एसी में चले जाओ, सफरिंग हो जाती है यार, कब स्टेशन आए कब उतरे, सबके मुंह पे ऐसे टेप लगी है, घर में कुछ हो गया, सफर काटना मुश्किल है. I think this is the power of stories. And this is no better than Gijubhai Badheka. I don't know if you've heard of his story, but मुझे लगता है School of Education should make 2 books that are compulsory if they can, if they should. One is this Giju Bhai's Diva Swapna and the other Paul Lockhart's जो मैंने अभी पढ़ी है. Absolutely amazing book by Giju Bhai of what is the power of a story. आपको हम कहानी बनाएंगे, एक संबंध बन जाएगा, उसके बाद हम करिकुलम कर लेंगे यार. अभी तो हमने पहले से ax plus bx square plus c कर दिया, तो क्वाड्रेटिक इक्वेशन की ले ली. I mean, you know, I am part of this committee which is trying to do national curriculum for mathematics, and we were asking this question, you know, should we have this stuff called, I don't know how many of you have heard about it, but there is something called quadratic equation. पता नहीं कितने लोगों ने सुना है. नहीं सुना है तो कोई बढ़िया, कोई मतलब, there is no gum, right? It is completely unimportant. You will never have to do anything with that in your life. It is absolutely not important. So the question was, यार लाइफ में किसी को इसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. लाइफ में कोई होता है ना, इसको कारपेंटर पढ़ के बना दे. नहीं, दैट इज बकवास. नो कारपेंटर एवर डिड ट्रिग्नोमेट्री और नोबडी एवर डिड, राइट? सबको पता होता है 2 नंबर जोड़ने हैं तो कैलकुलेटर है. इसलिए नहीं गणित पढ़ानी चाहिए कि बच्चों को हम कैलकुलेटर सिखाएंगे या यू नो जोड़ना सिखा दें. नो नो. Which is, I'm just basically you know, sharing you the feelings that Paul Lockhart, this amazing professor of mathematics, has written. But I'm saying quadratic equation क्यों पढ़ानी चाहिए? लाइफ में तो कभी काम नहीं आए. ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. Roots are minus b plus minus root upon b square minus 2ac upon 2a. ऐसे कुछ होता है, minus b कुछ ऐसे, you know, whatever. ये रट लिया. क्यों पढ़ाते हैं? क्या जरूरत है पढ़ाने की? पढ़ानी नहीं चाहिए. नहीं, शायद किसी के काम आए. 0.001% लोगों के काम में आएगी, बाकी 99.99 की क्यों जिंदगी खराब कर रहे हैं? लाइफ में तो कभी काम नहीं आए तो हटा देनी चाहिए फिर. Now I'll tell you this story or tell you this incident. Now imagine anybody who's playing cricket. I'm assuming everybody has played cricket or people know how to play cricket. Imagine I give you a ball and a bat and I ask you to hit a 6. अपने हाथ से गेंद उछालो और मार दो. हमारे जैसे लोग 90 डिग्री पे मारेंगे तो टन से बॉल सर पे आएगी. You know, other than that, आपने किसी भी एंगल पर बॉल मारी, 30 डिग्री 45 डिग्री, कितनी भी जोर से मारी, यू नो, ये सर ने मारी, अकेले सर हैं और बाकी सारी जितनी मैडम है सब ने, किसी ने भी मारी, जो भी मारी, किसी ने भी मारी, किसी भी एंगल पे मारी, कितने भी जोर से मारी, कितने भी फोर्स से मारी, बॉल हमेशा अपने टॉप मोस्ट पॉइंट से पहले सेकंड में 5 मीटर ही गिरेगी. गारंटी है, मेरी गारंटी है, न्यूटन की गारंटी है, धरती के ग्रेविटेशन की गारंटी है. पहले सेकंड में 5 मीटर ही गिरेगी, दूसरे में 15 गिरेगी, तीसरे में 25 गिरेगी, चौथे में 35 गिरेगी, चौथे में, पांचवें में 45 गिरेगी. एवरी अदर सेकंड 10 मीटर्स मोर, गारंटी, नो मैटर हु हिट्स एट व्हाट एंगल, चाहे विराट कोहली हो, चाहे whoever else, right? धोनी हो or you. You know why? Because that is the definition of a quadratic equation. The ball will fall every other second, 10 seconds more, and in the horizontal direction, utne ka distance ka. This is the definition of a quadratic equation. I'm not saying you should do it because it will it will help you in your life. We should do it because it is beautiful. सुंदर है, जिस तरह से पेंटिंग सुंदर है, जिस तरह से एक पेंटिंग सुंदर हो सकती है, जिस तरह से एक पिक्चर अच्छी हो सकती है, उस तरह से गणित भी अच्छी हो सकती है. कुछ लोग कहते हैं नहीं सर, हमने तो फिर भी पढ़ी, हमें तो अच्छी लगती है despite all its fallacies. I said, yeah, that's the beauty about it. It is so good कि इतने घटिया पढ़ाए तब भी आपको अच्छी लगी. Imagine अगर और अच्छे करते तो क्या हाल होता. This is what I'm talking about. We should be doing education not because it will get, of course it will get us jobs. Of course it will get us, you know, employability. Of course all of that will happen. But the most important thing is because it is beautiful. आपकी आंखों में वो नशा आए जैसा पहले प्यार में आता है. Falling in love. This is what I'm talking about. And I believe it exists. ये चीजें हैं और हमने सबसे घटिया चीजें डाल के घटिया तरीके से उसको क्लास में घुसा दी. Of course नफरत हो जाएगी. So with that, I will stop my spiel. 4:23 हो गए. I will show you a few things, some, you know, toys, this, that, or whatever. And then if you have any questions, please feel free. I don't link or I don't claim. I don't think I have answers, but I will try to do the best that I can. In my hand, I have this small piece of paper and I'm drawing an arrow. ठीक है जी, साधारण सा कागज है, दिखाई देता है एरो? कैन यू सी द एरो? ओके, सो नो बिग डील. आई एम होल्डिंग इट इन 2 hands लाइक दिस एंड आई पुश इट फ्रॉम द बैक. ओके, तो पीछे वाली साइड आ गई, इस पे भी एरो बना देता है. होपफुली यू कैन सी दिस. अब इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है यार, इस हाथ से पकड़ रहे हैं, दिस इज अ स्क्वायर राइट, स्क्वायर है, इनके इस दो कोनों की जगह इन दो कोनों से पकड़ लेता हूँ, फर्क तो कोई नहीं पड़ा, ये लाइन चाहे ऐसे जाए चाहे ऐसे जाए, ठीक है। इस हाथ से पकड़ता हूँ तो देखिए क्या होता है, और इस हाथ से पकड़ता हूँ तो देखिए क्या होता है। In this hand it is up and up, in this hand it is up and down, and in this hand again it is down and down. जादू हो गया।
illusion clear हो गया।
Please make sure, one, it is not an illusion. Two, you should make sure you definitely do it with your kids or your parents or grandparents or whoever else that you have in the house or in your class. Now you see why this is happening. You can explore it. There is no magic, there is no illusion either. It is not a trick of the camera. आप अपने आप कर सकते हो. And then you can ask that question, what should I do to this arrow so that it doesn't happen like that? Why is it happening the first time? Right? अगर ऐसे कर लो तो अब कुछ और होगा by the way. अब ये left right कर देगा. Why is this happening? It should not, because it is symmetrical, right? तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ है, कुछ तो कर दिया. Now if I do this, I have engaged you, and then I can talk about reflection and rotational symmetry, and then how is it that you turn anything by 90 degrees by multiplying it by I in a complex plane. वहां तक जा सकते हैं, पर चालू तो यहां से करना पड़ेगा. I need to have your attention. I need to look at things, and then I can take it further or whatever. Anyways, ये ठीक है. So like I said, this is what the goal of our lab is. This is how our lab looks like. I don't know if there is a picture of how our lab looks like. मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ. नहीं वो है नहीं, इस दूसरी वाली में दिखाता हूँ how our lab looks like. I think it's important. This is how our lab looks like. आप कहोगे आईटी में इतना कूड़ा कबाड़ा कहाँ से आ गया, बट कुछ काम होता है इसलिए लैब ऐसी दिखती है. ये सारी चीजें, इतनी सारी चीजें जो भारत में है, 1,000 different models, all we have done here in our lab. This is how the lab looks like. Like I said, this is the goal of what we do. This is what we do. That is all we do. We create STEM toys and activities and games. We can bring back that gleam in the eyes of our children, which can make you fall in love with the subject, which can make you go back to school again, which can make subject engaging and inspiring, not just get you a job. That is what we try to do. And we do, of course, whatever we do, we try to see if we can, training is not the right word, but we try to see if we can take this to our teachers and professors, and then we try to create this content online. And then some numbers for you. We have worked with about 5 lakh teachers online and offline. This was largely done by this program called 30-30 STEM and Eklavya. I'll just show you the glimpse in a minute. We have created about 1,000+ activities, games, models, which you will not find one anywhere else in the world, and we'll try to give you a glimpse of some of that. This is what IIT Gandhinagar also looks like in Diwali. These are all the labs that we have designed, which adorn our walls. 28 polyhedral, 28 different kind of polyhedral lamps and things like that. This is also how our lab looks like. This is the program that we did on YouTube. It was called 30-30 STEM. We did 26 sessions every Sunday, 4 to 5 on YouTube. We had 5 lakh registrations. We had, ये थोड़ा सा पुराना data है. And in fact, it is interesting. Some people said कि आपने इसका नाम 30-30 क्यों रखा? So it turns out that the day we started, we had exactly 3,030 subscribers. And by the end of the program, we had 2,15,000. There was no publicity that we did. There was no, because we did it in English. No, we did it in Hindi. हमने कहा यार अपने दिल की बात करनी तो हिंदी में ही करेंगे. पहली बार विज्ञान का कोई ऐसा प्रोग्राम हिंदी में करा और एवरेज वॉच टाइम वाज 18 मिनट्स. 2 मिनट से ज्यादा कोई नहीं देखता आपको, अनलेस आप you do a song and dance, और वो भी 4 मिनट तक ही देख पाते हैं, गाने भी गाओ तो. कुछ तो बात होगी कि अगर आप अटक गए तो 18 मिनट तक आप चिपक गए उससे. और हम विज्ञान की बातें करते हैं और हम गणित की बातें करते हैं क्योंकि वो ऐसी विज्ञान और गणित है जो आपकी जिंदगी से जुड़ी हुई है. Why is it that 14 lots of things, and we did started from this simple thing called the paper, right? ये आपको मैं दिखाता हूँ. साधारण सा पेपर है, A4 बोलते हैं. A4 बोलते हैं, सबको मालूम है. क्यों बोलते हैं भाई A4? A5 भी बोल सकते थे, A10 भी बोल सकते थे, A0 भी, A1 भी, कुछ भी बोल सकते थे यार. Why do we call it A4? And the other interesting thing is, you know, this length is 297 millimeter. That is very surprising. यार हमको बुद्धू समझा था आपने, 3 मिलीमीटर और बढ़ा देते तो याद भी रहती, 30 सेंटीमीटर हो जाता एग्जैक्ट. Why did you make it 297 millimeter? What was so special about this number? I think this is very important. In fact, it is so interesting. This is 297, this is 210. But अगर आप दोनों को गुणा करोगे, it is not 297. The answer is exactly 625. The area is 1/16th of a square meter. That is the definition of A4. 1/16 of a square meter. 1/16. एक बड़े से स्क्वायर मीटर को 16 भाग में बांट दो, दैट इज द एरिया, बट दैट डजंट मीन इट इज अ स्क्वायर. एक स्क्वायर को 16 भाग में बांटोगे तो स्क्वायर ही मिलेगा. दिस इज नॉट अ स्क्वायर, दिस इज अ रेक्टेंगल. एंड दैट इज द स्पेशल थिंग अबाउट दिस A4, which is that the special thing about A4 is that the ratio of length to breadth, whatever it is, and it's a very magical number and it's not golden ratio, is exactly same if I divide it into half. इसका रेशियो और पूरा कागज का रेशियो एग्जैक्टली सेम है. एक बार और इसको आधा कर दिया, अब जो लंबाई और चौड़ाई का रेशियो है वो भी सेम है, अब जो कर दिया है वो भी सेम है, अब जो कर दिया वो भी सेम है. इसको आप ऐसे ऐसे करते रहो. A4 को एक बार मोड़ा तो A5 हो गया, A6 हो गया, A43 हो गया, तो इसकी मोटाई इतनी हो जाएगी, चांद तक पहुंच जाओगे. और A56 हुआ तो 15 करोड़ किलोमीटर ऊंचा एक कागज हो जाएगा. नाउ दिस इज द पावर ऑफ एक्सपोनेंट्स. एक कागज को 52 बार मोड़ो तो 56 बार मोड़ो तो चांद तक, सूरज तक पहुंचोगे. इसको A4 इसलिए बोलते हैं क्योंकि इसका लेंथ टू ब्रेथ रेशियो √2 है. ऑफ कोर्स क्यों होगा? क्योंकि किसी चीज को डबल कर दें, साइड को डबल कर दें तो एरिया 4 टाइम्स हो जाता है. तो साइड को कितना बढ़ाएं कि एरिया डबल हो जाए. एंड ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ नंबर व्हेन मल्टीप्लाइड बाय इटसेल्फ गिव्स 2. दैट इज व्हाई दिस इज √2. and you start with a paper which is 1 square meter whose ratio is √2, तो उसकी जो लंबाई आएगी उसको आप 4 भाग में बांट दो, exactly 297 आएगा. I'm not saying whether you know the answer, and I'm not saying whether you have to give the children the answer in engineering college or wherever, BSc, MSc or BA, but I'm saying the question is important. The ability to observe that the paper which is sitting right in front. और इसके लिए आपको मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन से कुछ लोन भी लेना. लोन नहीं, जो भी वो देते हैं कि मैडम हमें स्टेम लैब बनाने के लिए पैसे दे दो, नहीं चाहिए यार. एक कागज है, सबके पास है. every child has and every child has access to this paper. I think sometimes I feel there is a poverty of the mind or intent or whatever. गरीब देश है लेकिन इतना गरीब नहीं है कि एक कागज नहीं मुहैया कर सकते. I think सोच की मुझे लगता है कहीं कमी हो जाती है. This paper we did the first episode on कागज की गणित या कागज की जुगाड़ या कागज का मैजिक, कुछ ऐसा था फर्स्ट एपिसोड. वॉच्ड बाय 2-3 लाख, आई डोंट रिमेंबर, 50 लाख लोगों ने लाइव देखा और कुछ 10 लाख लोगों ने देखा. हिंदी में था. हम ये कहना चाहते थे कि अंग्रेजी में गिट पिट करने से जरूरी नहीं है कि हम बहुत वो हो जाए, एकदम सुपर हो जाए. कई बार हमारे अंदर ही ये भावना हो जाती है. And I'm not saying English is just a language, I can speak both the languages, but sometimes the notion that it conveys that science can only be done in English, I think that is what we wanted to break. It is okay for you to do science or whatever you do by doing the natural language that you speak. Unfortunately, we don't have stories to tell. So whether it is English or Hindi, it doesn't really matter. माल है क्या आपके पास? माल है तो आप हिंदी में बताओ, लोग सुनेंगे यार. I think that is what we are trying to sort of create in this lab, to create content which can engage and inspire. Out of this paper, we did workshop for 5 days. We did nothing else except for just simple paper. And of course, have very little time. I'm not going to details, but this is what we did there. 75,000 people submitted their homeworks. Oops, sorry. 75,000 लोगों ने अपनी मर्जी से होमवर्क जमा करे, जिनको हमने this is what this was about. You know, none of them is curriculum, yet they are intricately related to the curriculum. Wonder of calendar. साधारण से कैलेंडर में क्या सुंदर चीजें बैठी हुई हैं. साइंस ऑफ साउंड, मैथमेटिक्स इन वेजिटेबल्स. अगली बार आप जब भिंडी काटो तो आपको पेंटागोनल पिरामिड दिखाई दे. नजर बदलनी चाहिए. And this is something that maybe I'll just take a minute and show you. In fact, this is exactly what the people are doing in that workshop going on there. I have to bind it in another 3-4 minutes. You know, have you ever chopped a खीरा? खीरा सबने खाया होगा ना? खीरा को तिरछा काटो कभी, है ना? और कॉनिक सेक्शन अपन पढ़ाते हैं बहुत जगह, तो बोल देते हैं तिरछा काटते हैं तो एलिप्स बन जाता है। आपको कैसे पता यार एलिप्स है? नापा है आपने कभी? एलिप्स है तो 2 फोकस होने चाहिए, कहाँ है ना? होने चाहिए ना, गारंटी है। दैट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ एन एलिप्स, राइट? तो वो 2 खूंटे कहाँ हैं? एलिप्स की डेफिनेशन क्या है? इट्स अ सर्कल विद 2 सेंटर्स। आई डोंट थिंक वी टेल दैट, बट दैट्स व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इट इज। नॉर्मल सर्कल इज अ सर्कल विद 1 सेंटर। इमेजिन आई हैव अ सर्कल विद 2 सेंटर्स। 2 सेंटर्स के बीच में एक रस्सी बांध दी, पेंसिल घुमा दो, एलिप्स बन जाता है। इस खीरे को तिरछा काटा तो कहाँ है वो 2 सेंटर? कोऑर्डिनेट ज्योमेट्री से पता चलेगा सर, जरूरत नहीं है। उसी के खीरे के ऊपर सिलेंडर बनाकर उसी साइज की गैन डाल दो, जहां पर टच करेगी वो एक सेंटर है, नीचे से डाल दो जहां टच करेगी दूसरा सेंटर है। डैंडेलियन स्फीयर, somebody did it 200 years ago, not my invention। तिरछा काट दिया आपने, इलिप्स दिखता है। अब छिलके का खीरे का छिलका उतार दो। You understand that, right? Take the peel off and let the cylinder remain inside of a slant cut cylinder and place it on the on your table, and you will see a sine wave। सीधा काटा था लेकिन वेव आ गई, करके देखिएगा, सुंदर चीज है। कहां से आ गई? वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। आई थिंक इट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। दिस इज व्हाट मैथ ऑफ वेजिटेबल्स इज अबाउट। आई हैव अ टॉय टू शो यू एंड देन क्यूरोसिटी प्रोग्राम केजीबीवी, समय कम है तो नहीं दिखाएंगे, बट लेट मी जस्ट, this is something that we realized after doing this, right? By doing this 30-30 program, this is what we realized, that the content has to be one। मजा आया क्या? धमाल। मैं जल्दी जल्दी कर रहा हूँ। मजा आया क्या? आपके ये आधा घंटा लिया, मजा आया क्या? बहुत जरूरी है। 45 मिनट अगर आप बच्चों के खाते हो या अपना समय बर्बाद करते हो 45, मजा आपको आया और बच्चों को आया। सेकेंड, जो पार्ट हम पढ़ाना चाहते थे, जो करिकुलम करना चाहते थे, वो हुआ क्या? तारे जमीन पर। और सबसे जरूरी कोई बात है तो वो ये है कि कहीं कोई बात दिल को छू गई। somewhere was the connection that was made with the audience, and that is equally important as the curriculum that we try to cover. This is what we realized by doing this program for 26 weeks, where 1 crore people watched. We could connect with the audience. There were 75-year-old इसमें पता नहीं फीडबैक मुझे दिखेगा कि नहीं दिखेगा, तो मैं दिखाता हूँ। हमारी 75 साल की माता जी, मेरी 75 बार की माता जी आपकी आवाज सुनकर उठ गई और उनका कमेंट था, आज मनीष जी जल्दी क्या आ गए। दिस इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, अ वेरी turning point, Ramayan, because we could connect to the audience, and I think that is what we've been trying to do. This is the kind of curiosity. This is a 10-foot geodesic dome that we've built. Students have built with just sticks. Hopefully you can see this. आवाज आ रही है? So anyways, this was just a promo, but this was a first, I think I have to wind in 2 minutes. I don't know if you see this, but can you spot the bug? This was a front page ad in newspapers in 2012. Front page everywhere. और आपका बुद्धू बना के चल गया। Front page ad in every single newspaper. You and I bought it. Multigrain atta for 45 rupees. You see, it says 90% atta, but the atta is only 1/6. 16% आटा है और चित्र में दिखा दिया 90%, the other way. असली में 90% आटा है और चित्र में दिखा दिया 16%. It says multigrain is 10%. It says multigrain is 10%. असली में 10% है, but paper in the picture it is showing 84%. आपको दिखा दिया, आप बुद्धू बन गए, आपको लगा ओ वाओ सोयाबीन चना, आई विल बिकम वेरी हेल्दी, और पैसे ले लिए 45. If we are not telling this for us to realize what is going on, then anyways, I will just show you. This is something that we've been, मैं आपको लास्ट में एक चीज दिखाता हूँ। ये खिलौना मैंने बना के रखा हुआ, and then that's the end of it. बहुत सरल सा खिलौना है, and this is something that we can, it costs no money, right? And this is same thing. You see, I have just a simple piece of rubber and 2 straws, and I'll put this in water and blow. सीटी बज गई, इधर से डाला, दिखाने की नहीं फुवारा, एक तरफ से और तीसरी तरफ से अगर मैं चलाऊं, और ढंग से करना पड़ेगा मुझे, नहीं तो कैमरे पर गिर जाएगा। यू सी इट्स अ स्प्रिंकलर। साधारण सा खिलौना 3 तरीके से काम करता है, एक तरफ से सीटी, एक तरफ से स्प्रे और तीसरी तरफ से स्प्रिंकलर। आई कैन यूज द सेम टॉय इन ग्रेड 2, राइट। एंड देखते हैं आज क्लास बाहर करते हैं किसका पानी सबसे ज्यादा दूर जाता है, और फिर हम पूछ सकते हैं कि पानी दूर गया ही क्यों, किस एंगल पर करें तो सबसे ज्यादा दूर जाता है, और जब जाए तो वो स्पाइरल बना के जाता है। असली में स्पाइरल है क्या? फोर्सेस तो हमेशा नीचे की तरफ लगते हैं, उसको सीधी दिशा में उसकी दिशा कौन बदल रहा है? कितना काटे, किस स्पीड से पानी निकलता है, किस एंगल पर निकलेगा, ऑल दिस कैन बी डन। आई विल शो यू वन क्विक थिंग ऑल्सो। आई हैव अ सिंपल स्ट्रॉ, और ये इसलिए है, ये पहले ही कर देना चाहिए था, बट अब कर देते हैं, नो प्रॉब्लम। इतने सारे लोग जो वीडियो ऑन कर करके, सॉरी वीडियो ऑफ करके सो रहे हैं, उनके लिए अच्छा खिलौना है। मेरे हाथ में एक साधारण सी स्ट्रॉ है, इसके 2 टुकड़े कर दिए और इसको थोड़ा सा आगे दबा दिया और मुंह में रख के जोर की फूंक मारी, और अब इसको फूंक मारी। शाम को जब घर में लड़ाइयां होती हैं, यू कैन से ये किसकी आवाज है, और ये वाली, इसकी आवाज ये हस्बैंड वाली इसलिए है क्योंकि इसकी वेवलेंथ ज्यादा है, और वेवलेंथ ज्यादा है तो फ्रीक्वेंसी कम है, और हस्बैंड की आवाज को वाइफ की आवाज में बदलना हो तो बहुत सुंदर तरीका है। और करते करते ध्यान रही, इतना मजा आने लगता है कि फिर पता नहीं चलता कि कैची नाक पे चल जाती है, और फिर जो आवाज आती है वो स्ट्रॉ से नहीं आती, वो तो पता नहीं कहां से आती है। इट इज वेरी हाई पिच, एंड यू पुट बोथ ऑफ दीज थिंग टुगेदर एंड देन यू डू। ट्रेन का हॉर्न है और बच्चे की आवाज भी आती है, एंड आई कैन डू ऑल ऑफ दैट एंड देन ड्रिल अ होल, स्मॉल होल राइट हियर। तो आपकी ये बांसुरी भी बन गई। आई डोंट हैव टाइम बट वी कुड डू ऑल ऑफ दिस थिंग टुगेदर इन फिजिक्स 101 फॉर इंजीनियरिंग। कितना काटे की स के बाद रे बजे, कितना काटे की रे के बाद ग बजे, एंड इट इज नॉट लीनियरली प्रोपोर्शनल। If the frequency wavelength is like that, the frequency must be inversely proportional. अगर आपकी 50% स्पीड बढ़ गई तो टाइम 50% कम होता है क्या? सब लोग यही लिख देते हैं, गलत है। स्पीड 50% बढ़ी तो टाइम 33% कम होता है। 3/2 टाइम्स 2/3 is 1, तो एक 50% बढ़ा तो एक 1/3 गिरेगा। अगर वेवलेंथ 10% बढ़ी तो फ्रीक्वेंसी 9/11। एनीवेज, बड़ी लंबी लंबी चीजें हैं। आई होप आई हैव नॉट, या I have not wasted your time. I'll just show you. These are the people we are collaborating with. Would be very happy. I would just say, in the end, I will just say this is what we are trying to do. Bring back that gleam in the eyes of our children. This is what we do. This is what we are trying to do. This is our lab. Please send us an email. Would be really happy to hear from you. मेरा email तो और भी सरल है। आजकल गूगल को सब कुछ पता है, ईमेल ढूंढना तो बड़ा ही आसान है, कितनी वाइफ कितने बच्चे, एवरीथिंग इज नोन बाय गूगल। ईमेल इज वेरी सिंपल, manishjain@gmail.com और manishjain@itgn.ac.in। दिस इज आवर यूट्यूब चैनल, प्लीज ज्वाइन एंड सब्सक्राइब। तो शायद 10-8 सब्सक्राइबर और बढ़ जाएंगे हमारे। दिस इज द प्रोग्राम दैट आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट, 30-30 STEM, वेयर वी हैव डन जिंदगी से जुड़ा हुई विज्ञान, पाठ्यक्रम में जिंदगी का तड़का। Thank you so much for joining, and I hope you have a good time and good day and enjoy your conference. I hope the organizer will not too disappointed, and hopefully they call again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this energetic and refreshing session, sir. मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं था जो कि आपने इस छोटे से सेशन में सारा ही कुछ कवर किया। बहुत सारी चीजें, जैसे यू वर टॉकिंग अबाउट A4 शीट पेपर, हम में से आई गेस किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं होगा उसे A4 क्यों कहते हैं। And I guess number of things were there, sir. जो participants and organizers, they found it very, very, very interesting, sir. It was a too good session, and I can read number of comments and compliments for you, sir. Let me just read it out. Very interesting session, interesting and inspiring. integration of science and music, interesting and informative. And if these compliments are itself saying, sir, what was that session is all about. Thank you so much, sir, for this enriching and refreshing session, sir.
Yeah, it's a
Over to
pleasure.
you,
Thank you
Sushma.
very much. If there is any comments, I have, अगर किसी को अपने दिल की बात कहनी हो तो वो भी हिंदी में कह सकते हैं.
सर नीलम सर मैम ने अपना कैमरा ऑन किया है एंड वो लिख रही है, थैंक यू सर, यू कैन सी द ग्लीम इन आवर आईज नाउ, एंड उन्होंने कैमरा भी ऑन किया है.
Thank you. चलिए.
I remember your bottle.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. Please keep it. It will be handy. ठीक है जी. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure for me. I'll just leave. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you
sir.
so much,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now we are going to end today's session. So before ending this session, I would like to give a vote of thanks to everybody over here present from morning till the end of the session. And it has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful workshop on behalf of Fibers department, that I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Shweta Dubey ma'am, Dr. Ajay R. Gode sir, Dr. Rishi Goyal sir, and Dr. Manish Jain sir for enriching us with their knowledge. Sincere gratitude towards our founder, President Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan sir, Dr. Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, and our head of the institution IBAS Dr. Harish Kumar sir to provide this opportunity. I would like to thank all the faculty coordinators, Dr. NRM sir, Dr. Neha Goyal sir, Dr. Neha Gupta sir, Ms. Chandni ma'am, organizing committee members, Dr. R.L. Raina ma'am, Dr. Shaini Vishisht ma'am, Ms. Mani Sharma ma'am, Ms. Natasha Goyal ma'am, and Ms. Gurpreet Kaur, who made this first session as a successful event. And my special heartfelt thanks to the participants, including teacher educators, research scholars, and students coming from various reputed universities and educational institutes. Last but not the least, my special thanks to the Mahima Nayar, Ms. Dhaneshri, and IT team members, and those who have contributed directly or indirectly towards the workshop and who made this workshop a successful event. Thank you all again. So I'm going to now post the feedbacks and you can say quiz link for the today's whole session. So it's very much mandatory to fill all this, and feedback must be, attendance must be counted as a criteria, one of the criteria for your certification. So kindly fill both the things. And for tomorrow's schedule, we are going to meet at 9:30 a.m. sharp at from the same link which is available, and you will be notified through your WhatsApp group also. So I want to have any reflection from anybody's from the participants, if you'd like to say anything about as an observer or as your reflections towards our today's session from morning till end. Anyone from your side can unmute and speak about your experiences. You can type on in the chat box also about your experiences, how you feel about the sessions and all these. And feedback form is also for your experiences about the various research resource persons. Anyone from our member side would like to say something, you're most welcome. From organizing team, from coordinators. Yes, ma'am, please.
Participants, हाँ, जैसा कि अभी मनीष जैन सर ने बताया था कि हम स्टूडेंट्स को जबरदस्ती अपनी क्लास में बिठा देते हैं, ऐसी जबरदस्ती हम आपके साथ नहीं करना चाहते. जैसा कि कहा गया है कि अटेंडेंस इज मैंडेटरी. वी हैव सम रूल्स एंड सम प्रोटोकॉल्स टू फॉलो. So attendance feedback and assessment link, they are mandatory. So सभी लोगों को ये 3 daily maintain करके रखना है. We do want you to be interactive throughout the session. आप जो भी speakers के साथ, if you want to speak up, if you want us to unmute you, so kindly just drop a message. We'll do the same. Also for turning on the camera, it is a humble request to each and every participant here. Kindly turn on your camera. It looks nice, and the speakers, they also feel energetic and engaging while having so many on camera on the screen. So it is a request from, for everyone. Kindly follow these 3 things, and they will be shared in the WhatsApp group and here as well. Thank you so much for your patience listening for the entire day. We have 4 more days like these sessions only. We'll be having some more interesting deliberations from our different eminent speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So now, may I request? Yes, please.
Sanjay sir wants to speak something.
Sanjay sir, you have right. You can unmute yourself.
Yes. Sir, you are not audible.
My connection. Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
Is it audible? Thank you very much for giving opportunity to speak and share my views. I really feel and delighted that the way you are like organizing this this particular workshop. Since morning, I am observing, though few technical glitches were there, and later you have sorted out those also. Hope in the coming days we will be enjoying. And of course, no doubt, all fingers are not same. And similarly, all speakers are not same, but definitely they have come up to our expectations. And of course, you have made the day by introducing the last speaker. I was just taken the printout of the same, and Dr. Manish Jain from IIT Gandhinagar. So he has made the day for us, and very, you can say, useful information. He was not only talking with respect to, say, school going children. If somebody is a school teacher, he might be in a university system or college system, so he can easily say grab those things and implement, execute those things. So thank you very much for to organizers for this a very wonderful opportunity. To all the participants, I behalf on the all participant, I'll say ki, yes, big congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We'll definitely work on the technical glitches that all of us had in the morning. And also for the program schedule, it will be shared with you very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Neha, ma'am. So, may I request the IT team to end this meeting, or should we have something else to be discussed?
I think we can end it because we have
We
posted
can end
both
this meeting
links
right now. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Thank you.